Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Ryan LFC. Back again, guys. Another top shelf interview for you guys today. I want to say thank you very much for everyone waiting down in the comment section patiently. Appreciate it. Don't forget to check out today's sponsor, Ryan TV. Trust me, I'm telling you, check them out. The link in the description. If you want to watch basketball, I'm talking about NBA, college basketball, Champions League, Europa League, Conference League, Sports Max, movie, 700 hard movie, different channels. So check them out, people. I want you guys to check them out, people. If you are in the UK, it's roughly $6 a month. And if you are in Canada, it's $15 a month. And if you are in the United States, it's $8. So check them out. Let's jump right into the video. I want to tell the people them thank you very much. The numbers has been crazy so far. I know you guys come to hear what is going on tonight in the show. And I have my question them write down. And people, let me tell you something about the media. Sometimes you have your show, you prepare. You know what I mean? You have your question them down. A lot of people don't think I am ready, but I always ready. I always have the question them put up. But sometimes the individual who on the show, sometimes it go a different way. You know what I mean? So I'm still learning. And I really appreciate you guys' support and stuff. So I want to tell you guys thank you very much, man. Massive shout out to Georgia girl. Really appreciate the love and the support they're giving me behind the scene. Shem, thank you very much for the support they're giving me behind the stream. And also, people, look how most this show didn't keep because I'm not feeling well. You know what I mean? But I can't disappoint you guys. I scheduled a stream from yesterday, and I said, listen, when I feel sick, whatever feel good, the show after goes on. And tell you what, went out yesterday, right? Went to the gym, not just properly. Be honest with you guys, I didn't just properly, right? And just because outside was hot, really hot. But when I went people, when I went to the gym, the place wasn't so cold. Nice temperature and stuff, people. But come back, spend 2 hours in the gym and come out back, people. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm a gym sneaker and the place was so cold. You know what I mean? The place was so cold and kind of make me feel sick right now. But I was strong. Now I make a look cool. Make the show now go on. But let me tell you something, guys. Tonight, I will be taking call. I have a timestamp when I want to start to invite the people them to call. The phone number is right. I think many of you guys know the phone number already. So I want to make sure that everybody get the opportunity to call in, to ask some question. So let me put up the WhatsApp number. So here we go, people. Here we go. So that's the WhatsApp number. Want to give everybody an opportunity to call in and ask a question. Hold on there. Yeah. So that's the WhatsApp number right in front of you guys. I will take some phone call today. A guest supposed to come on today, so I must give him 10 to 15 minutes. I'm going to start the show by 8:15, but I said no. Let's go on and talk a little bit to the people them and stuff. But big up to all the people who join and stuff. I really appreciate it. Listen, people, if you haven't in the Reggae Boyz Nation group, you should find yourself in it. But we don't want nobody who are coming at the group not saying anything. It don't make no sense you come and listen and you not say anything. Like you're a ghost. So if you want to be in the group, you have to communicate in the group. You know what I mean? Not saying it's supposed to communicate all the time, but sometimes you can do. You know what I mean? JT Taylor forget a broomstick and sweep out a lot of people out of the group because he believe them not saying in a lot of stuff in the group. Which I don't say much because sometimes the time kind of really skeptic. But when I have the time, I really make sure that I put in my 2 cents and stuff. You know what I mean? So big up to Fresh God. Big up to Jason. Really appreciate you coming in. Bailey, big up yourself. Shem, big up yourself. Enough love and respect. Special edition. Enough love and respect, Regin. Thanks for being here. Hot Chili Pepper, the girls, them. Big up yourself. Owen. Brown man, big up yourself. Fresh God, big up yourself. Big up to all the people them down in the comment section. I really, really appreciate it. J any weather, big up yourself. Lord God, people. I'm telling you, people. Big up to all of the people them. Big up to Shem. As me say, enough love and respect, you know. Lot of advice they give me behind the scene. Georgia girl, big up yourself. Nothing but love and respect. You know what I mean? Appreciate it. Principal of football, brother. Having to hear from you, bro. Like, come on, bro. That's how we live, bro. Principal of football, brother. I don't know if you watch you know comment, brother, but bro, you have to show the support, brother. You have to show the support. Big up to all of the people them. Jackson, big up yourself. You don't know. Probably one of my cousin or my brother or whatever. Cause you don't know. The Jackson them out. You know what I mean? Arsenal FC, big up. Big up, enough love and respect. Phil Jones, big up yourself, bro. What a name, bro. What happened to Phil Jones? Big up on yourself. Big up. Enough and love and respect. But people, yeah, just see my boy forward in, you know what I mean? One of the most man who make the most problem in the group. Grime family. Big up yourself, brother. Nothing but love and respect. People, may we get 150 likes on the video before we even start up the engine the right way, people. Just do the right thing, people. When you come on the stream, just like the video. Like up the video. You know what I mean? Like up the thing. No love and respect. Yeah, man. Smash up the thing, people. But yes, people, I'm telling you something. What me here still. I call. You know, you don't know we have a link in a Jamaican team. We're not on the ground. But we make sure that we have the right people them giving us the information, what is going on in Jamaican football and stuff. And you know, you have big people where in a high society want to see the channel grow and all of them stuff there. So them always make sure that them give me the right information and things. So yesterday was the under 20. And I know a lot of people watching. See? Yesterday was the under 20 trial in Cassava. And before me talk about that still, JFF, we need to get on the act together. It's nowhere on earth. From last year, I see Canada. From last year, I see the United States and all of these teams. Right? Preparing for under 20 practice games. So many practice games. Go and check it. Our rival playing so many practice games. And the Football Federation still doing a trial, still trying to find them best teams, still searching for player. I saw Jamaican team great. I saw many great players we have. That's the team is too big. Come on, JFF man. We have to do better. You see, the coach, under 20 coach, the management staff, Rudolph Speed, all of you, we need to get in the act together. It cannot be we preparing for an under 20 World Cup and we're still having trials. Trials? No, man, people. This is a joke thing. It's no way on earth we preparing for a under 20. Canada pass them stage, the United States pass them stage. All of them pass them stage. So we have a trials now. JFF only need to fix up. Only need to do better. The short-term thing is not going to work. Spend the money the right way upon the long-term vision. Only will get much better success. Stop trying to do the short-term thing and spend less money and hold back money. It no make no sense. Canada prepare under 20 World Cup. United States are prepare. Most of the time when international break or even if the USA are play some game, them under 20 in a camp. So how comes we just build a Captain Horace Boyle where we have player can camp and all of these things? Supposed to, if we say we're going to use most of the local player them, see, we're supposed to have a camp long time and prepare these youths, giving them more practice game and all of these stuff. But yet still, me are telling the truth. No matter who we get, we're going to fall short for the under 20. I would love to see the team qualify, but the fact is lack of preparation. And that a beat lack of preparation. That a beat Jamaican football. And I'm glad I am going to have the discussion about that tonight. How comes we still having a child? Foolish. You know what I mean? Seriously, foolish people. But let us see what's going to happen. Seeing we have some good players them playing in the Premier League, people may tell you no. Yes, we have the young player them playing in the Premier League, but do they have the exposure? A couple years ago when Jamaica under 20, when Junior Fleming, Shaman Nichols and all of these players, that's the last time I got the National Stadium. Go watch an under 20 team. And we're playing against Panama and these team. And I can tell you this. Some of these Panama players them in top college. Some of them couple years ago, and they are playing pro. They are playing for some of the biggest clubs in the world football. Same thing in the United States. Same thing with Canada. It's no way unheard we preparing for a tournament. I was still having a child. In my opinion, I don't care what people are going to tell me. It's foolish. We should have this under 20 team. Long time in preparation, playing games together, traveling together to get that exposure. You know what I mean? But let us see. But let's fast forward to the under 20 trials went on in Kingston. People, I'm going to tell you what I'm here. See? I'm telling you what I'm here. See? All right. Craig Butler player them was that the child. See? Lot of them. I don't know how much, but a lot of them were part of the child. See? And Wendon as well. He was at the child. See? And I'm telling you the truth. This is what me hear, and this is what me I go now. And this is what me I'm telling you. So, the man him say, only one player impressed them. And they're only going to pick Whipstar, whatever you want name. People, I can't pronounce his name. Webster, only know what me I talk about. See? Them say, I the only player that them impress them. See? That's what me hear, the only player that them impress. So, if anybody was at the trial, want to give me a piece of information, tell me what is going on, tell me. But my source where me get it from, Craig speak about him, player them, people, them say them never really impress. Whoa. You understand? Basically, that me get and thing, but who there can just link up and say, boy, Ryan, that's not true. You have player from the Phoenix R-Star was definitely impress a lot of people there. You understand? So I'm going to ask the guests when them come on You know what I mean? Because really and truly, people, I know Craig and always have some good player in a Phoenix Academy. Long time. And I just know always have some good player. But remember these people. I believe if Craig Butler have 9 player, 10 player, and they are the best in their position for the under 20, pick them. I'm going to stand by that. Pick them. If Cavaliers have 15 player good in the position, pick them. If Harborview, if Waterhouse, Portmore, we just want to see the best player them represent. You know what I mean? We just want to see the best player them represent the Jamaica national team at all time. You know what I mean? It no matter where the player come from, which club him come from, people. That what me I talk about, people. You know what I mean? Canada national team, most of them player them pick from Vancouver or Toronto. And if you are a player in Canada and not in them academy there, in them 2 club there, them looking at them in them 2 club there. First, I want to listen to what me I say to you people. In Canada, whether it be under 17, under 20, the senior men. Sorry about that, guys. My apology. See? When Canada under 17, under 20, females, whatever, they always go to Vancouver and they always go to Toronto. I'm not saying you don't have other good player in other team in Canada, you know. But them 2 clubs there are the big organization in Canada. Montreal too. Montreal, I think them have a team. Montreal, them have a team. I can't remember the team name. But them 2 clubs there, the best player them always in them 2 clubs there. In Canada eyes. When they're picking their national team. See? In Jamaica, we have a lot of different clubs. People, don't slice up what me never say. Please bring the message right way if you're going to bring the message. You know what I mean? Please. So what me I say to the people, if Craig have 15 good players in them position and they can contribute to the Jamaican national team, don't hold up the stick over nobody. Just play them. You understand? Just play them. See? This trial thing, people, this is what me here. I'm telling you straight. Because I don't know me now. Put on my mouth and talk. Me say the man them have them squad already. And thing, the man them have them squad already. And them just a look for certain player in our position. You understand? The team still need to improve because they're still looking for key player in other positions. So that's for me here. You can correct me and thing, but when I come and attack, I just come and build up nothing for nobody. You know what I mean? I don't build up nothing for nobody. And me a man, me a work, I don't want a man come tell me about pick a side and this and that. Listen, me have my 2 sides. So my goal is for Jamaica to do well. My goal is always the best come out of Jamaica. I'm not business about who I want to do, who for personality. I don't care. What I want is the best. So I don't want a man believe say me a pick a side, me a no man. Me not pick no side. So me just let that clear. No side thing there. So see? So people, me still wait for the guest them. Me still wait for Mr. Maxwell to come. And we're going to hear and talk. See? So people, in the meantime, I want you guys to, the phone line is open. Phone line is open. You guys can call. During the interview, I am going to have my question I'm going to ask, and you guys can call and give your input. If you hear me say something, if you hear Maxwell say something, just come give your thought, and make the show go on, people. You know what I mean? People, as I say, get the video to 150 likes, people. You see me, I say, like up the thing, people. All right? I'm a screwdriver in the people, so I'm gonna want to like up the thing. See? Yeah. J, anyway, that sports. Bless up yourself, man. Enough love and respect, bro. Jamaica, Guna. Big up yourself. Nothing but love and respect, bro. Arsenal fans, them enough. Can't hear them. Why I can't hear the Arsenal fans, them. Cannot hear the Arsenal fans, them, because them I get top 4 and I see them losing a row. Can't hear Mannings, man. I don't hear him. Don't hear Mannings, man. Pastor, if you watch, brother, give me a phone call, brother. Don't hear you, brother. Is it? Even me, people. Even me, I've even me telling the truth, people. I telling God Almighty the truth. See? Me have a look baller there. Me have a look baller in a Canada, and good midfielder and thing. But when me hear the news, say the man them don't have them squad already. So yo, so why keep a child then? Know what I mean? Why keep a child? And I telling you the truth. I just nobody make the effort for try to get the youth to come to Jamaica, come try out. Because if a man tell me, say, if me hear say the man them have them side already, it don't make no sense. And me no put nothing past them people, because you know why? That team went to the World Cup, that under 17 team. I know how I did feel when we get left out of that team, go to the World Cup. You see it? The man them have them side already. And them just make man work hard. And them don't know in their mind, so them have them side already. And these are the things we just need to cut out of the game and cut out foolishness in Jamaica. Full time now. We for go forward as a nation and stop the foolishness, virgin. You know what I mean? But alright, remember call my guest and show him the plan. I think we give him enough time. And you know you guys don't want to hear me talk. No one of that wanna come. You come for hear me talk. You come for hear the guest talk. You understand? You know what I mean? Right. I'm telling the people. I'm telling you. Boy, people. I don't know what to tell you. God know, I don't know what to tell you. But big up to all of the people down in the comment section. Now, remember call the guest and see him there. Yeah, how much more minute you need, sir? Time passing, brother. It's a 20 minute. Where you are going with? 2 minutes? Alright. Make sure you clean off the lens and make sure you come present yourself good on television. Alright. Alright, people, him say 2 minutes and think. So in the meantime, I'm gonna get the video to 150 likes, man. You know what I mean? People, I'm gonna take on a phone call tonight. I want you guys to be involved down in the conversation tonight, people. I'm not just going to leave you guys out of it. So we're gonna hook up the phone. I need you guys to be a part of the show tonight. So call in. What is this? I want you guys to call in and think. Oh, go on, yes, sir.
Left back, Timar Dunn. 4 goals so far this season, 3 assists.
Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Carla, and good morning from here in England. All is well.
How are you, man? How is the Easter going so far for you and the family? We're in the UK?
You know what? Yeah. I'm Birmingham.
Birmingham. All right.
Man, yeah, Birmingham, UK. Yeah, man, the Easter go on good man. Um,
Good to know that.
seems like Liverpool are gonna take a quadruple. I'm so excited about that. I'm a Liverpool fan. I mean, I hate it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just call to let you know, so I really, really love your show, brother. When watching a show, it bring back a feeling of nostalgia, innit?
Yeah.
Like it bring back certain level of feeling from when we used to live at Jamaica back in the day. And I deal with the football thing down there. And me excited. Craig, come on tonight.
Craig, say him now, come on. Nah, come on,
Okay.
Bridget.
Yeah, need to come on, man.
Him now, come on. Craig, now, come on. Craig said for Craig asked me for come on him show, see? And him said if me not come, I'll pick my side. So me not a side thing with nobody, Bridget. Me do my work, Bridget. Me not pick for no side. One side me have, and I Liverpool.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you're not pick my side because honestly, when me watch a show, me really see fairness night, and me like oh you're straight up and all of that, you know, and that kind of draw me attention to your show. Honestly, oh you're straight up, and the fact say you go back in a football history in a Jamaica and in a present and everything, and you're actually optimistic about the future of Jamaica football.
Yeah.
You see me? But you know the problem with Jamaica football from ever since.
Yeah.
One set of people are running thing from back in the day. And then my problem. Trust me, I know players. Because me you touch a point just now when you say them have a tournament coming up. I not know when I tournament still. But them not in a camp. And we can guarantee some most of the teams where we are going to compete with already in camp.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Me not gonna tell you about in them inner camp, but me see Canada play practice game. Me see couple weeks ago, me see the United States play practice game. These team always prepare because they know that these under 20 players next couple years from now, 2026, and them play for the national team. Some of them play for the national team, so it's good to have your young player them play some good practice game. I'm not talking about Premier League team, but organize against 80, organize. These things. May I tell you something, brother? If you say you are invite, seeing because one of the things where the JFF them do have the money to invite people, right? Invite always people, always country invite them to come and play practice game. But come on, man, we have Trinidad and Tobago. We can invite Trinidad and Tobago and say, listen, we're going to play a plane ticket, we're going to make it in a hotel, and basically that's it, and give them a change. We always depend on other country to give us practice game. How many times we have a practice game in the national stadium?
Yeah, for real, definitely. And you know what me noticed, right? Because me have a son, him a 10 and him in a football thing over here. So me actually follow most me actually there are most of them games in a Birmingham, Aston Villa, and you know the youth games them, under 20 and so on. And I can tell you, brother. You see, the youngsters that play ball at Jamaica, much more talented more than them over here, Trust me, much more talented. The talent raw at Jamaica. Because if you watch schoolboy football in Jamaica, he actually levels a player much higher than the under 20 league over here. Trust me.
Most definitely.
And yet still, you have them man here. I go pro in a minute. You understand?
Yeah.
And he hit football and then last. So that me can't understand, brother. Me just can't understand that. And me have to blame JFF. Me can't do nothing but blame JFF, brother.
Yeah.
Me do nothing but blame JFF.
Alright. Fair enough. So we say they're in Birmingham.
Yeah, man. Birmingham, yeah. Straight.
Yeah. Alright, brother. Big up yourself, Virgin, because I have one of the guests on the show tonight.
Yeah, man. Keep up the good work, you hear me I say, and keep on doing what you're doing. Because you know what? Your impact, it'll make an impact because you highlight certain things when need to be highlighted.
Right.
And by exposing some of them people where you interview on the show. Trust me.
Okay.
Anyway, big up yourself.
Alright, no love and respect. Alright. People, I have my guests here. Listen, I want to thank everybody to come and make sure you like up the thing. Sir Maxwell, good evening, sir. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, Ryan. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Where's the Eastern stuff?
Well, peaceful, a lot of time for introspection and, reflection and everything, So it's a good period.
Okay, fair enough. So if family and everybody doing well, though?
Yeah, man. It's a family why I'm actually on so late, You had to have the family time, today. So that's one of the reasons why I'm a little late,
Okay, fair enough. So, all right. I want to ask you a few questions and things. But I'm going to start off this first. What you hear about the Cassava under 20? You hear anything on that? The trial that take place over the weekend?
Okay, basically, okay. As I said, this weekend here, for me, I can just give you some just basics. The big thing was about Whisper. Everybody has that, trashing on, but that's not really an issue because he was always going to be selected in that group. You understand?
Yeah.
The Cassava trials, however, as I said, it's a small microcosm, right, of the whole entire thing. It's just a small part. So a lot of people have to get it straight that these are not the best players. These are just some selected players that are coming from all the various clubs. And when it's all the various clubs, you didn't have anybody go out and actually pick out and say, okay, yeah, the real better ones, right? So it's just some players that are there are really just fair players that you putting us in the actual school team. They might not even start, right? But these are a reflection of the teams because Cassava, each team gets a chance to, I think, about 4 or 5 players. So when you think about it, if all of the clubs send at least that, you're talking about, well, quite a bit, at least in the region of 80, but it wasn't that much. But as I said, you understand? And a lot of clubs are they don't have programs for the last 3 years. So it's just certain clubs that will basically take advantage of this. Okay.
Fair enough, but what I want to ask you, because I know you scored over the years for most of the top school in Jamaica, Sir Maxwell, right? When it come on to club, because when I was playing for Boystone, I get Boystone send them 5 best player, Cavaliers send them 5 best player, Aberview send them 5 best player. I believe we should stop do that. I think we should have a scout where under 17 playing or under 20 playing, where the scout go there and pick. Not the club sending the 5 best player. Yes, most of the time the club are going to send the 5 best player, but I think we need to have a scout. What you say about that? You're all right with that as someone?
No, man. What they do now, let me show you what happens at most trials, right? Okay. When you look at it, everybody going to try send their number 10, their number 9, and then they're going to forget about the goalkeepers. So a lot of time you have trials, and with all of the clubs that are there, you might barely find 4 goalkeepers because people forget about that essential part of it. The center halves, same thing. So you normally have a very unbalanced thing when you make the clubs select and their so-called best players. I might go if I was to play a part in something like this now, I might go to a club, say a Boystone, right? And I say, okay, a goalkeeper there, excellent. That wing back, he's at the standard, right? go by Arnett. I say, okay, Arnett has 3 nice midfielders, right? And then you select, and then what you start building from here, rather than the coaching staff. The coaching staff don't have much time. When you send 40 number 10 players, seriously, you're going to have a situation where players go on the field in unfamiliar positions and they get not seen and then they get eliminated. Give the players the best chance. So what they need to do is get to a situation where you pre-select the players and then bring them there. That's what you need, that. Because what they're doing now is really ridiculous. Doesn't make sense.
Okay. Fair enough, Mr. Maxwell. But my second follow-up question to you, right? Over the years, you've been scouting for the Ulmers, the KC, the Georges, Cavaliers Football Club. I know you know a lot of talent. Why most of these players don't succeed and go in Europe? What do you think cause that?
Okay, let me tell you now. Okay, listen now. First thing is that the only way that a player, right? And these are things that you learn after a while. And I think even now, people are just coming to realization that schools, it's not their responsibility to develop players first. And it's not schools can't get players overseas unless it's, you understand? So basically that's not their responsibility. And secondly, it's not their mandate. Football, track and field are extracurricular activities in schools that are for participation. It's not for really building you to get you ready to play for Jamaica or that sort of thing, or play at a higher level internationally. It's not, right? So one of the things now is that when I scout for players and I get them into a school, right, it is normally just to be an arm of the development. So meaning that when I get them into, say, a Georges or an Excelsior, I don't just get them to any school. I get into a school where I know, okay, the coach has a program. So when my team or another team is not training, the player will get some sort of training that will help him up to a certain standard. So when January comes along, he's able to move into the club training system and be playing. Because let me tell you, for any individual to do very well, they have to play a certain amount of matches and that sort of thing. And schoolboy football cannot do it, right? Schoolboy football basically goes for 3 months.
3 months.
And certain teams are only active for maybe 3 weeks, because as if your team gets knocked out early, right, which I've seen in the case of a lot of very good, well, smaller schools, right, which have good talents, and I can name you some players that if they had remained at these schools, they would basically have suffered, because there's a player I think Romario Jones,
yeah,
right,
Georges,
right. The school that he was at, that he would, trust me, a lot of people would never have seen him. Tariq McGee, his team would have got knocked out after about 3 weeks. You understand? So it's a part of the development for to get them ready. Let me move on and just expand now. But these players, when these players get into the schools, the club now has to maximize on looking about developing them now and see if they get into that 1% of players that look like they can make that next jump. Because each year, you have thousands of schoolboy players, and if you really look at it, out of all of those schoolboy footballers, it's a very small, but I don't think you're going to find, okay, you're not going to find 40 that you can say can go onto the club system easily. I'm serious, right? And out of that 40, you're going to go down to maybe 10 out of each year group. So meaning, say the 2001 season, you might have 10 that transition to say, well, okay, they can play overseas. Okay? So now the next thing is now you have the players, they move from schoolboy football, they move to the club system, right? You know that you have about 4 or 5 of them there. The next problem now is that for these players to go overseas to international clubs, most international, the bigger international clubs want the players as young as possible. They can't sign them until they are 18. So when certain people come around and say, oh, we can get a contract for you before you are 18, that's not true. It's a lie. Because under FIFA's laws and rules, you cannot take a player to get a professional contract anywhere in the world, right? Or you can't move them from Jamaica to, say, Belgium or Sweden unless their parent, right, or official guardian is moving there for non-footballing reasons. So because of this now, all our basic players normally will have to remain here until they are 18, right? Once they are 18 now, the club, it's their responsibility plus the player, right? Because you have clubs now who they don't care less whether the player goes overseas or not, you know. They want their community to be up there and win the league because they are already getting backing from the MP. So they don't really care whether or not the youngster goes overseas. Sometimes they even discourage it. It doesn't benefit them, for, you know, if the player doesn't have a solid contract with them that they can claim something from the team that wants to get them. So because of that now, the player now sometimes expects the club to put him out overseas to basically sell him to clubs overseas. You understand? Marketing. But the club might not have the knowledge or the expertise doing it. Right? After a while, you know, sometimes that plays there until he reaches 27, 28, and an agent might come along and say, okay, we can get something for you in El Salvador or so on. And, you know, at this stage, it's a latter part of your career. It's professional. It's better money than what you get here. You take it. Okay. But what a lot of these young players, and I'm going to speak to every young player that might be watching this now, get an agent and a good agent. Not just any agent that's going to carry you to say some very low league somewhere. Get a reputable agent or somebody that you can trust. It's important because if you don't get an agent, right, you're basically going to just remain you are, you know. Okay. You don't work that way that people going to just come down at schoolboy football season and then now out there and then come and offer a contract. That doesn't happen. I've never actually heard of that happening ever.
Okay. So you watching the Jamaican Premier League and you're part of Cavaliers Football Club. How many of the players them in Jamaica playing the Jamaican Premier League? Like, give me a percentage. How many of them you think have an agent? Because that's very important, you know. A lot of people don't know that agent who do stuff for them and all of them stuff. So give me a percentage. How many of these local club team, even the club team alone, have an agent for get the player them overseas?
Okay, that is the thing now. Okay. Unfortunately, a lot, I think, okay, let me give you an idea. If out of, okay, I'm not going to count all of the players because for me, once a player pass 26, 27, I'm not even going to count because once you pass a certain age, is really the time, if you have not gone overseas at least one time already with a professional team, things are getting quite dim because your shelf life is like bread, you know. You see, when you go and shop, I don't know if anyone knows, when you go and shop for bread, it have a best sale date by. So if you don't get that bread out of the shop by a certain date, it's still, right? So the percentage of players now, I'm going from age 27 down in the Premier League. I don't think, if you reach, let me see now. I want to give you some accurate. If you reach 3%, it's a lot.
3%. Wow.
3% out of the players aged 27 down. Because remember, you know, a lot of clubs, the majority of their squad is 28, 29, 30 and up, you know. A number of them. Right? So we're talking, and if we go lower to where the actual big clubs that if you want to get a player to Belgium and those, because when I said 27, you know, these are players that are going to go El Salvador, Costa Rica, those places, because at that age, they're not going to be able to get to go Europe. So we're going to look at that, say 3% for overall. When you go lower now, right, listen now, to the preferred age of 21 down, right, that now percentage, I think it increases a bit, because that might increase up to about 5% at that stage, because what's happening now is that you have certain agents overseas courting the players, and let me tell you something that's happening now too. They are getting the players in certain clubs so that they can get playing time, so that they can get them out of the country. So what has happened in the last window, transfer window, you had a lot of players that were advised by agents who might have, well, not might, would have something on the fire to move a player to, say, Belgium. But if the player remained at Club A, where they were not starting or getting enough minutes, it didn't help the agent to merchandise and push the player out there. So he right away has to move that player to another club, a friendly club, where they might come with an agreement, say, look here, if this player comes by you, it's a sure thing the player is going to Belgium or Spain or wherever, right? You get them in your squad. Once the transfer deal comes through, you're going to get your cut. So that has gone on quite a bit in the last transfer window. And let me tell you, a couple of the clubs, if I have to tell you the names, how much you like that, by the way? Where tease it from now? Because if you want to know the names of the clubs that have a large influx of players by a certain agent, and not a small agent either. We're talking about an agent that has $1 million players, okay, overseas. Some some of the best players for Jamaica, right? If you want me to tell you the clubs, right? And I can tell you, it's not any of the clubs that you might think of when you say, oh, Cavalier or Harborview. No, you had some clubs that a lot of players were strategically inserted in these clubs, so that they can move on later on.
Yeah, man, just run it, man. We have a good amount of life, man. Just run
it. A good amount?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on then. Okay, where we start now? Okay, the club that had the largest influx of players in the last transfer window that are being targeted for overseas movements is a club by the name of Malines United.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? That club is at the bottom, of the league.
Yeah.
Right? But right now, I can tell you something, if all goes to plan, that club will make eventually, they definitely will not make the finals or the semifinals or even the quarterfinals or even probably the playoffs. But I can tell you that, let me use another club too. Which club is at the top? Waterhouse is up at the top of the league, right?
Waterhouse.
They're up there. I can tell you that when it reaches, say, December, the bank account of Malines is going to be much fatter than that of Waterhouse from player transfer. I can tell you that. That is one fact I can tell you. Okay?
Okay.
The other thing that went on is another club that has, but not have the same significant amount, is, they're actually up there also, is a club by the name of Dunbeholden. So you see, we're getting clubs that are not traditional clubs known to send players overseas. But it's not club now. The agent is getting the players into these clubs to make the movements. I'm not going to tell you the name of the players though, I can't do that. Because that may be betraying a little trust issue that I have with that agent, okay? Because the agent represents players that play for me. So I really can't give you the names of the players. But if people go through the transfer JFD database and check on the players, the young players, by the way. Now, when I talk about the 24, 25-year-old players that nobody going to want. I'm talking about young players that have a future. Okay? You can know the names of the players that are looking to probably make that move.
So basically, what you're saying, we're going to start to see more players get in Europe, not the USL, not the MLS, more in Europe.
Well, you basically answer the question, because the particular agent is going to spring a coup on a lot of clubs. When I say a lot of clubs, he's going to spring in a coup on Cavalier, Harborview, and Portmore, right? Because a lot of people, as I said, even though I'm somebody that when I have confidence, somebody has confidence in me and I have certain information, I can give you snippets, but I can't go deep, right? But what I can tell you is that you're going to have players making movements to Europe, because that agent has discovered that if he doesn't have the players having at least 1 or 2 seasons in the Premier League, because that's another thing, guys. If you play schoolboy football and you want to go pro, don't make nobody tell you that you must play in the Premier League. You have to play Premier League to have that good chance to go overseas. Okay? Because that's one of the things that agent has found out, that when he tries to send them away without them having any Premier League experience, they just come right back home. They can't cope. Because it's a big jump between schoolboy level, you know, and going up to international, you know. So better you make the jump from schoolboy to Premier League, then you can make the next jump. If you don't do that, it's almost waste of time. You're going to talk about later on, you're on the street corner, rub out your middle and say, you know, say, I was a big baller in my time, but I never get the chance. You never give yourself the chance.
Okay.
Come on.
Fair enough. All right. Next thing I'm going to do, Maxwell, I'm going to take some phone call, and the people them going to ask you some question, and you can give your thought on it. All right, you can answer to them. But all right, more I go to the next question. You know, because Maxwell, it's very important to know that more agents involved in Jamaican football now, our club, to get the youth them overseas. Because we have some good talent. Sometimes we need, I think, the coaching in Jamaica. I'm going to ask you this. How you feel about the coaching education in Jamaica right now?
Okay, let me tell you what happened now. In Jamaica, okay, first problem is that you have a lot of unqualified coaches who going off what happened in their time. So, you know, they just started the other day. I think COVID affected the pace at which they could do it, in having a lot of them licensed, CONCACAF license. So meaning, and I can tell you, a lot of people, right, who the CONCACAF licensing coach is not like the courses that they had in days gone by. When you basically come, you sit down, pass the time, and then you basically get a certificate handed to you. No, you have to actually sit a test. And you have a lot of big name coaches who have taken that test and failed. National coaches, as a matter of fact, have failed. So because of that, sometimes you might see shake up somewhere along the line because of that. You understand? Because I think one of the things that JFF is going for, you know, that at least, because you can't do it for every single club right away. But what you can do is that you can at least make sure that all of your national teams have coaches that are licensed in CONCACAF. So I mean that these are some of your better coaches with modern techniques. Okay? So every single national team going forward, when you see certain names there, these are the coaches who have gotten the highest certification, and meaning they can coach anywhere. They can coach in the USA, other places in CONCACAF, they have that. Right? When you don't see certain coaches, it means The only way them can coach is them can do a little kindergarten program where a man go and do a little thing in Florida or whatever, but they are not official, right? So when people might bark and say, oh, why so and so, you might be surprised at some of the coaches right now who have not done the CONCACAF license exam. And yeah.
The reason why I ask you that still no, bro, because God know some man when me hear, some big coach in Jamaica when me hear we don't have the license, bro. It's shocking, bro. And these man has been coaching some of the biggest club in Jamaica and coaching a lot of youth. This is the problem where we're going. Bridging,
well,
Jamaica, let me tell you something, Maxwell, Bridging. Do track and field in Jamaica, we have world class. How many world class facility we have?
Okay, look here. Hey man, go make a point.
How many world class facility we have, like the United States or Canada or some of these big top country? We don't have much. We probably have a 1 or a 2. Seen?
About 3. About 3 or so.
3, right? But what Jamaica need to focus on, brother? This thing where we are trying to sell this one big player to try to build a stadium. Try to do the thing long-term thing. This thing, brother, if you realize with the athletic, we have good coach. We have some of the best coaches.
A lot. We have a lot. That's where we benefit now with the track and field. We
have good coach. We can't talk about a facility. Zin, coaching have to do it a lot. And I think where we are going wrong in the football, some man don't have the qualification and they want to coach. That no man not supposed to get a job when on a qualification. I don't care who you the guy is. If you don't have a qualification, I don't care which ball you build. If you don't have the qualification, brother, you're not supposed to coach. No national team, no team in the Premier League, no Super League team, because at the end of the day, this will make it bad for the youth them in Jamaica. We have wrong people leading the youth them. World-class facility. We don't have that in track and field, but yet still, we have some great coach what any country would want to have. And that's how we are succeeding in track and field. You understand? We have good coaches. We can count on how many good coaches we have. We have the qualification. We playing against team in United States where they have coach well qualified than us. We need to get it right. When I hear my coach went to Jamaica the other day to help out with some training session. 30 minutes. The warm-up, the session is just warm-up, 30 minutes. And player, 5 to 8 minute player tired already. So then pull up this because they warm-up. 30 minutes, you know. Bridging, we have too much bad coach are leading the youth, them, Bridging. We need proper coaching in Jamaica. I'm going to care who the guy is. I'm going to care what the coach wants to say. But a man, for give a man chance, we need to stop that, Bridging. If you don't have the qualification, Bridging, go and get it, brother. Go and get the qualification, Bridging. Stop, boy, you want coach team. Go and get the qualification. You get to me, I say, you need to get the qualification. But go ahead, Maxwell. That point we make about the coaching, we don't have world-class, 10 world-class facility in track and field. But yet still succeed. What the difference?
And the reason why that happening now, track and field, a number of years ago, they went through the system that football is doing now, in that they deliberately made sure that all of the various coaches were qualified at various levels. So they made sure of this, you know, and then after a while, you're reaping it. You reach a situation now where Shelley and Fraser Price can be branching out from Stephen Francis and picking out an almost unknown coach. But the coach has his qualifications because she can't just train with any coach, you know. Because most of these local track and field athletes, you know, they are professional athletes with big name shoe companies, and they can't just take up any and anybody to let them coach them. They have to have certain levels of coaches to do their programs, or they can lose. Because that was one of the things that happened with Shelley and Fraser, you know. When she wanted to have left Stephen Francis, the person she wanted to go with initially was not of the standard that she could have done it. So she had to find her way back home. But late, you know, but as I said, these things change. So what we want to see is when not at Super League, not at Major League, not at, I want to see it at Primary League, that you have all of those coaches at least with the basic CONCACAF level, you know, license. That's where you need to go. You understand? Because until you reach there, right, you are going to have a problem when the kids leave from there and start moving up the ladder. You understand? Because that has been one of the problems that coaches have said when they see a lot of players coming before them in the national program, and they say, my God, this youngster can't do that properly, they can't, because they never got the base. You understand? They never got the base proper from the start. So because of that, right, that player will have a lot of issues. You understand? So this is something that you need to fix. And let me just make an add thing there, because you mentioned something I think it was the various leagues that they had. And I don't know how many people know that you have an A league now, another league, reserve, another league that is basically going to be starting in, I think, June. And the sad thing is, right, that the strongest confederation in the league in Jamaica is not in that league. And I am hearing Bird is saying that one of the issues that they might have is that the person that they would have to coach aside is not qualified. Because you have teams that, based off of how they finished the last time, would be the team. I'm just hearing, I'm not saying that's a fact. But, you know, you have issues that are out there that need to be fixed, man. And that one, the coaching, is the first one you need to fix. Because let me tell you something. If you look at a lot of countries, people say the surfaces is important. But if you get the proper coach, I can tell you, a good coach can make a big difference when they're going forward. Okay? A huge difference.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. But Maxwell, I get a few missed calls from some people. So, all right, let's take this one for you. Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Yes, sir, Ryan.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yes, man. Go ahead.
When I think me and you on the bridging talk about coaching and coaching license for coaching in Jamaica. First thing, you have 12 Premier League team, right? So if you don't have, say, 12 man who have a CONCACAF license, but them are going to cancel the Premier League. Because one of the things when me know is this. I grew up in a Hornet garden. We bring Alan Skillcole, we bring whole heap of people before Jerry. Jerry never had no license. And Jerry come and win two Premier League back to back before him end up with. Him win him first two, and him never have no CONCACAF license. So brother, I say sometime when a man can coach, what the government should do, this is just my opinion, what the government from the sporting like Babsy Green should do, is try to help some of these people. If they can, they should try to help them. Because like me saying, brother, you can't have big coaches or have all sort of things. I see it with my own eye. Skillcole them fail, then bring other man, then bring Jeffrey Maxwell them to fail. And when Jerry come, Jerry didn't have nothing and win back-to-back Premier League.
Yeah, but Carla, man.
Hey, Ryan, let me tell this now. Let me tell this one now. Come on, I really want to take this one.
Leader, I'm going to make you adjust him, but I'm going to make him hang up first. But me, I'm going to say something to him, right?
I want him on the line still now.
All right. Carla.
Yeah, man, I'm there, man.
Maxwell, I go answer to that. Go ahead, Max.
Okay, Carla. Look here now. You know one of the first things what you said there? The first thing what you said that, yeah, Jerry's my brethren too. You know what he was able to do? He was able to win. But winning is not development, you know, of the players. I can tell you that. There is a difference between winning. Sometimes, let me tell you something. When I came to Cavalier, I'm going to show you something here. I came to Mr. Speed, and I told Mr. Speed I'm going to bring in my own coach. Right? And coach that I went for was a coach from a particular club that always finished last. Right? But when I played against him, when I was at Medieval, I saw what his teams with almost no talent, limited, they mastered so many of the basics and so on, that I said, hold on, if this guy, right, get some players, right, that have some very good talent, he can make them into some very, very good players. And let me tell you something. The set of players that coach worked with was the set of players that took Jamaica to its last World Cup. And as I said, it's not just winning, right? Just get it careful. You can have a coach that can put a team together that can win, but where it comes to getting certain technical issues right and getting the players ready to go abroad and perform, they're not going to be able to do that, right? Bridget. So you have to know what you want, okay?
I understand, leader. I understand what the caller say about Coach Jerome Wade. At the time, I don't know if Wade have him qualification now. I don't know. But what may I say, leader, if you listen to every player interview I interview, them have problem when them supposed to do the tactical session. Go back and listen to the interview. This is what me now make up, and this is what me now beat down a coach. I interview a lot of the player them. Seeing tactically, them last when them go overseas. Seeing the next thing, the player them will go overseas. Enough of them me talk to. Man say, yo, we're coaching them need to improve. Couple years ago, when back in 2000, when we get the full of the baby garden and all of them things there, the game has evolved. A lot of things happen in the game where coach have to get up to speed. We can't play against a United States and a Costa Rica and all of these teams, the Canada, where the qualification of the coach up there. So. A joke thing. This is not supposed to happen. This is not supposed to happen, but I'm getting a lot of missed call. Junglist. You can call back. Junglist, you can call back. But let's call back JT Taylor. I get a missed call from him. So let's call him back. Good evening, JT Taylor.
Let me change my thing. Hello?
Yeah, good evening. Live. Go ahead.
All right, Ryan. Big up yourself, Ryan. Big up yourself.
Speak up more, man, and ease up off of the bed, bro.
No, can you hear me though?
Much better.
All right. Yes. I'm a bit disappointed that Mr. Butler is not on the show tonight. This would have been a great time to have this discussion, especially about the player Whisper and what's happening with the under 20. I got to see the limited clips yesterday of the game, the trials. He wasn't on the football as much, so I couldn't really tell how good the player is. But Ryan, I just want to remind the fans about this player by the name of Saviola. He was a striker, young striker, coming out of Argentina after that World Cup, and people thought that that striker would have been the next biggest thing in the world. He just didn't pan out to be that player that we expected him to be. Another player from the Netherlands, Xavi, the kid that went to Barcelona. So people have to remember, I would just love for people just to calm down a little bit. I know Mr. Butler is very excited about the player, but Ryan, it takes time for players to transition into the international game. It's a fast-paced game. Another young player, Dembele, from that played for Celtic, got called up for England and Scotland. He's rubbing the bench right now because and it's stated that he's not picking up the pace of the game, and he's still trying to do things that he was doing against his age group. So people have to understand it's a learning curve. Let Whisper learn the game, go through the ranks, develop and understand his game and work on his weaknesses. For Mr. Butler to say that Whisper should have been in the last window, Ryan, that's just total madness. We were saying that the JFF was running a party shop. I think Mr. Butler want to turn it into a trap pizza now, because we can't just have players who are not playing at the highest level or competitive football. I know some of the fans are saying, how come Pierce is in the team? How come Jimenez is in the team? Jimenez got on the field by default. The fact that Javian Brown wasn't having a good window. He was all over the place, and Jimenez got in there. I think Paul Hall is taking the right approach, where he's bringing in one or two of these young players, and he just slowly bred them into the team. No, the under 20 is coming up. If Whisper is that good, as Mr. Butler says, here is his chance to prove it. I just hope they don't put too much pressure on the player. I'm looking forward to see Jimenez as well and Pierce. And I hope after this under 20 qualifiers, we can dispel all these rumors. Because all the fans who are hyped up about this player, none of us, Ryan, have seen this player play 90 minutes of football. None of us. We have seen clips on YouTube, and you cannot evaluate a player of clips on YouTube. And that's why I wanted Mr. Butler to come on tonight and speak with Mr. Maxwell, because Mr. Maxwell seems like he knows about the players, he knows about player development and all the players, their club attachment and all that stuff. And I'm quite disappointed, but thank you for taking my call again, Ryan, and big up. I will just continue listening on the show.
Okay, thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Stop, people, the phone line is open. Call in. So, Sir Maxwell, go ahead. What do you have to take after that comment?
Okay, one of the things that the caller has it nailed squarely, because let me tell you something. Mr. Butler has, look here, as on another program yesterday, and the person mentioned it, Mr. Butler is a marketer. So, it's his job, to try to push all of his players regardless of the quality, right? When I heard this thing going out that Whisper is not in the squad, I said, hold on, Mr. Butler knew that Whisper is on a short list for the under 20, and he would be called. God, let me tell you something. If Whisper, I don't think Whisper is not to go to that trial yesterday, as far as from what I know. So if he went yesterday and he fell down flat on his face, he would still be in that final squad. I know that. And Mr. Butler knows. But what Mr. Butler does is something that's disingenuous, in that he raises a lot of hype over the player. He did it with Leon very well, right? But he also did it with a lot of other very ordinary players, and that we have seen, right? And one says people forget, that Mr. Butler came out and said that his entire Phoenix team can play for Jamaica at the senior level, right? And I remember he kept saying, and people drank the Kool-Aid, took it up and said, yes, it must be true, right? Okay. And what, I dispelled that myth when some years back, Mr. Butler got a big practice match against Waterhouse, down at Waterhouse. And I think after that match, Mr. Butler was very quiet for a long time, right? Because Waterhouse used a third string. And I'm not even going to say anything about the result. Just to say that it just quieted all the argument about this thing that Mr. Butler was coming with. Mr. Butler has some good players, but all of them are not at that level. And one of the things too, Whisper has another under 20 cycle. So I am not looking to say he's going to kick down the door of this one. He doesn't have to for me. Yeah. I want to see where he adapts this one and then the next one now. Because I'm going to be honest, Ryan, I'm not expecting much from this under 20 bunch here,
Why?
Because
I'm going
COVID
to no. I don't no. I don't want you to come on my show, Mr. Maxwell. I'm going to put you in a place. Don't come tell me about no COVID this. No tell me nothing. Canada have COVID, Mexico have COVID, you have COVID, but hold on.
Let me see what the problem is. No, Ryan, let me see what the problem is. You get it right. Let me show you what the problem is. I was speaking to Lon Donaldson, right? This was sometime last year. Right? The first thing I was asking him, and he was asking me, Mr. Maxwell, what taking Jamaica so long to restart? Because everybody else has restarted their football. But Jamaica took an extraordinary long time to get back up running. And because of that, you have about an entire set of players, right? The youngest age group that have passed through primary school into high school that have not gotten a lot of the basic introduction to football. You have a set that they have lost 2 years who have not been involved in Premier League. It's a small amount of players that have been involved in Premier League, right? So because of that, right, I personally, I don't know how well, but I know we're going to be having players from overseas. So if we can get a core,
I'm going to pick up on that. I have a few questions I want to throw at you. But Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show, Ian Cameron. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, good night. Good night, Mr. Maxwell.
Right.
I have some question myself, for Mr. Maxwell, given that he's on the line. This system that they have in the Antwerp team for a quota overseas players, given that we don't have much R20 players part in the JPL, how exactly will the squad be comprised to face teams like Mexico, USA, Canada that are sourcing players from wherever, so they have competitive teams, right? Because we are going to be facing professional teams, right? With essentially schoolboys, right? Are they sticking to that system of
coach? Okay.
They're gonna
Carla.
Hold a point, man. Hold a point. Make him finish up and then, because him have to hang up and then listen to you and then. So hold a point. Go ahead. Finish yourself, Ian.
Yeah. So my thing is that I hope good sense prevails, and Jamaica looks to select the best possible team versus picking players for personal reasons, right? I hope that they actually select the best available players, yes? Because if you're picking schoolboys, because if you have a schoolboy in a JPL team that sits on the bench, it's still a schoolboy, as far as I'm concerned, right? I know like a Jimenez and like a Pearson and a Devante Campbell. Who else? There's another one. I think it's in this Campbell as well. Kenroy Campbell as well. Those guys actually start for their JPL teams, right?
Kenroy Campbell not eligible.
Actually, our bench hitters are some of our squad players, right? Because the JPL itself is a semi-professional league, right? And we're ranked 12 in the region, right? So I don't know how exactly we expect schoolboys to go and compete against professional players. So Mr. Maxwell can answer those questions.
All right. Thank you, Ian, for calling. Appreciate it. But go ahead, Maxwell. Answer to
listen, I'm a history person. So what I go back is precedent. The last time we participated in under 20, Ryan, I don't know if you remember that the only team that gave us some issues, and it was goal difference that we didn't go through, was Mexico. Mexico was the team that reached the finals. The team for that year, right, had the same thing. They had players that had 1 year or 2 years experience in the Premier League. Jamai Topi was there. You had Akaim Paris. You understand? So you had players there, right? Terry Maggie. You had players there that had experience in Premier League. You don't need to have 20, right? Because by all indications, they found at least 8 out of the first looking that they had from the Premier League. You don't need more than 8. 8 is enough. Then now you go again, and if you find another 8 of a certain quality, that's 16. After that, now you need a squad of what? 23? You bring in another from overseas. And as far as I see, that's the plan. You understand? You don't need to find all 23. It's ridiculous if you try to find all 23 local beats. That's ridiculous. You don't need to.
Maxwell, so you know that we haven't qualified seen for a youth tournament from 2011, that's under 17, right? I think we definitely should include in local player alone not going to get us to the World Cup. Sorry. When we say this Canada team I play and these Mexico team, we have to have that balance. We need to get foreign player, overseas player in the team that bring together experience and all of them stuff. Because playing schoolboy football alone and playing the Premier League, that's going to help us.
And I agree.
You understand? We need to get player overseas. We can't close the door. This is a quota system. We need to move away from that quota system in the youth team. Mr. Maxwell.
Let me answer something here. Look here now. I am not for any quota system. Reason being, do you know that there's a local quota system also? Ryan? After 2011, the JFF installed a local quota system where no club was able to have more than 4 players into any of the JFF teams. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that because of the Cavaliers thing.
Right, and the Cavalier team now had a unit that did so well that they were actually, that Cavalier team actually helped take to Jamaica to the World Cup, you know. Yeah. And if it was done according to how the JFF had the thing, they would not have reached that here, because players like Zalana Barnes, right, Jason Wright, okay, Oshie Jenkins, they wouldn't have been there, because under the quota system, they would have just selected 4 and the rest of them would have got left out. Because for me, I believe in the best players. But let me show you one thing here now, Ryan. You remember that match with the Jamaica team when they played all of the overseas players together and they looked disjointed. Yeah. Part of the reason
the World Cup the Panama game? Yes.
They looked disjointed because the thing is they didn't have that much time to have the cohesion. Plus, the next problem is I'm going to talk it out, was the coach, like it or not. Because the coach, if you don't have a good coach, right, you're going to have some of the greatest players and they're going to look like construction workers. They're going to look like they don't have a clue. So it's a two-tier thing. You can't just get good overseas players and you have a poor coach. So if we have a good coach and we have a nice blend, say we have 7 overseas based players and we can have 4 local to integrate in there, right? We're okay now because we'll have enough time, so to speak, to be able to do this, because a lot of people keep saying, oh, call the professionals and so on. The professionals cannot be released until the international window. All those other teams that you see doing it, you know, they're doing it with the local squads. And then now, if they have a couple players introduced, it's players that would be probably, this is one of the things Jamaica might try to do though. Players that might be in the bench at these various overseas teams, and they can negotiate now and see if they can get them to come a little bit earlier. But as far as I know, basically most of these club teams, season will be finished with more than enough time to have these international players having at least easily 3 weeks together. And at a certain level, if you have a good coach, and you have players, you can do well.
Okay.
Right? You can. But the quota system, which limits the overseas, which I've seen them go against a couple times, but it also affects the local clubs. So one of the things that some local clubs have to do, you know, let me tell you how it go. I don't care if people from JFF here. When they do the trials, sometimes you have to sneak a player in a parish instead of making them come through directly through their club. Because once a year, so the player come from X club, they say, boy, oh, we have 4 already, you know. So even if that 5th player or 6th player is so good, they want to appease people in the JFF to say, oh, you know, my parish of Hanover will get 1 in the squad. And that is foolishness. Because you have some parishes in Jamaica where the quality of the football is so low. And you can see it by the Da Costa Cup, especially, that there are certain parishes that never go very far in the Da Costa Cup at all. You can't tell when last year they reached semi-finals. Right? So the development too for those parishes most time is woeful. You understand? So we have to get away from that and select the best players, right? Yeah. But we have enough time but we need to first get the best ones that we have available locally. Then we need to identify, because somebody I saw in another program about some players that were invited. And when somebody mentioned that that player that get invited, the club him playing for is a very low level club and not even starting for the club. And that sort of thing for me personally, we want to get away from.
All right. Let's go to the phone card. Jamaica Guna, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Bless up, Jay. Bless up. Good evening to the people in the chat. Good morning, good night, good afternoon. Bless up to the guest, Mr. Leader. Just have a few observations to make. I would like you to basically, because you mentioned earlier that Whisper had another cycle. And how was he selected for this team? Was he selected as a Phoenix player or was he selected as a KC player? Do you know?
You're selected as a player that people have seen for a while. He hasn't played for KC for quite a while, and if you don't know, you realize that okay, there aren't any players that are going to be selected that are coming select on their performance in school, right? Because they can't use that.
Okay. So, Guna, you hear that?
No, I'm not hearing him.
He must say most of the player them select not because of it's not KC, right? Because of the people them say we've stopped. Them see him a lot of time play. So according to what leader saying, the people them from the JFF scene with Whipstar, whatever you want to name.
Mm-hmm. They didn't see him. He didn't play Manning Cup, He never played.
He never played Manning Cup.
No.
He never played Manning Cup. He never played Manning Cup yet.
As far as I can remember, at one stage I had him training and so Whisper wasn't in anything there. Look here.
So we play for Coles for now. Which school him go?
Yes, see, but Coles is not something that you're going to look to thing there, No, you like players finding big under 20, You can't use Coles, Coles is a poor. I don't even go and watch any Coles match now because the quality is so poor.
Okay. You have any more questions for him, Jamaica Guna?
Yeah, man. I want to just go through a few pointers.
Go ahead, man.
Rumors have it that the under 20 that was selected when they made the requirement that you had to be, if they were the first draft, would have been players from the under 20 from the who qualify within the age group from the JPL, right? That was the first draft. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right, cool. There was I was watching an interview and I saw two overseas players from overseas colleges. Why were these players invited from overseas colleges, but players from Phoenix weren't invited in that first draft?
Players from where?
Hold on there. Jamaica Guna, seeing? That's question I can answer for that question there. Seeing?
Mm-hmm.
So the Phoenix player them were invited, but not to the first pool. Them said the second pool.
Why weren't they invited to the first pool? If it was as Mr. Speed had said, it was for the team, the players that qualify for the under 20 who were registered to JPL teams. But yet still we had
constraints
being in that first pool as well.
Space constraints. Space, you can only accommodate a limited amount of people. If you have about 30, you can't put 50 there. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, so Jamaica Guna says space, limited space and stuff. But me ask the people them know why the player them never get.
That not answer my question. Me not talk about space. When by space, we talk about spaceship. What kind of space?
Hold on. If you select, hold on, Carla. If you have, listen, Carla. Give me a second. You have. I'm going to ask you a question too, Carla.
Because him not hear you know. I'm here for him not hear you. Him not hear you.
Him not hear me.
No, him not hear. But he can't hear you. Him can't hear you, Maxwell.
Okay, just explain to the caller. when you say have a squad, right, to have training, right, a trial, you don't have the trial over 1 day or 2 days. So you have to give the guys a number of days. When you pick 30 odd players, you're talking about 3 different teams for each player to get enough time out there. You can't have 40 odd players. It restricts the amount of time that a player gets out there. And they did say that players from overseas, once they apply to come, they can come. The window is open to them. So they made sure that they gave that particular one was open to the overseas players. They have certain specific windows that they say if the application comes in from them to come, they say, okay, come, the one on January 12th is for you. The one on January 20th is for you. So basically that's the only thing. But I'm trying to understand, what is the big deal if you didn't get invited to the first one and you're invited to win to another one? What's the difference? You are invited.
Yeah, God, Virgin. But Craig have a problem with that. Say Paul never did it. Where Paul could assist some of him play them. So that's
to do what?
No, that's the problem of Craig have. Craig has said, why didn't he invite my player them when the senior coach is here? The second batch player, the coach is not there to see him play. You understand? But I don't know, man. I don't know, Betchin. Yeah, I don't know.
So that so Ryan.
Yeah.
That is the root. That's the root of my question. You see, listen, me, Ryan. You see, if you there saying a black, gold, and green shirt, right?
Yeah.
And me I keep on party over here, so see?
Yeah.
And me make the rules them where say only people in a black, gold, and green shirt can forward in the party. See? And Mr. Leader forward in a black shirt, him can't come in my party, you know, because me make the rules so the black, gold, and green people can forward in a party. So how I look at it is that they're using their power to squeeze out the Phoenix players them in some way, shape, and form, and try to not make the national coach see them. That is basically it, because you're inventing things and trying to go word gymnastics to try and make it seem as if you're doing something justifiable, but in reality, only there's something's just so shaky, bro.
Yeah,
it don't look real. It look like yo, me skew the requirements them because more certain people stay out and certain people get in. Now remember, some man just look at them money as baller and associated with some baller. These are youths who are trying to look at football as a profession where they can feed them family after. So some man taking it as light, a fight out some youth out of the system. Them just a fight out of youth based on the fact that them like Craig Butler, and Craig Butler full of ego and him full of himself and him talk loud and him vulgar and him do this and do that. But at the end of the day, him achievement is there for everybody to see. Now show me any Jamaican who has got a player in the English Premier League as an agent. Show me any Jamaican person who has done that. No, let me give you an example. If it was Mr. Speed who has done exactly what Mr. Butler had done and taken a player and brought them to the English Premier League as an agent, he would have been God in a Jamaican football. You understand? His accomplishment. You don't have to be Mr. Nice Guy. You don't have to be the most well-mannered person. Him get the job done. So the fact is, if he's developing a player and these players are coming through and have the ability and the talent to make something of themselves, and you have some money in some administrative position, a fight out them youth from have a future. You know how much footballer we lost simply because they fell out of love with the game, simply because them get fight and favoritism beat them out. You know how much great footballers we may have lost over the years simply because of that. And it was people with holding administrative position calling the shots on youth futures, bro. So the man never understand the responsibility with them up. Sometimes when you see some youth go do some wild thing and turn in a gunman and them thing there, it's because of these situations like them money fight out the youth them, bro. Lord, the youth them go through. If Phoenix have some of the best under 20 players that we have to offer as Jamaica, they should be called up first. It's the only academy about here. Them are Mount Pleasant are the two only real academy about here where groom players from a specific age where people can recognize, bro. You understand? And even if Malta League, in comparison, if you have JPL players playing in the national team, why we can't have players from Malta League playing in the national team? Isn't the Malta League better than JPL? That is what I try to understand. So what's the situation in which these young players can get the opportunities that they need to move themselves forward? And that is what I want Mr. Leader to understand. Please.
Hey, Jamaica Guna, when me hear say, and that's the problem, you know, we cause the problem with Craig Butler to get mad, you know. He want the national coach to be there to see some of him play. Nothing is wrong with that. And the second thing, them say, Craig, we're going to give your player them a chance, but we have the second trial. Why them didn't call him first player them, me no know. But I am saying that is the reason why Craig mad. I can't go around that and say, yo, boy, the man is supposed to mad at that. You understand? Me understand. Me that mad too. Everybody talk the truth, brother. We that mad too. You understand? But leader, the man makes some points, you know.
Let me make one simple statement, okay? They keep mention players like it's a plurality, okay?
Hold on there. Jamaica Guna, I'm going to take some other more caller. You have any more saying? Jamaica Guna. Seems like I lost him.
Man, just take some more calls. I just wanted to make that first point and then me give another caller the opportunity. I'm going to give Mr. Leader the opportunity to reply as well. I've been listening. All
right. So, Leader, before me take this call, answer to what the caller just said.
Okay, quick. Let me just tell you something. As I said, Mr. Butler is a marketer and it's up for him to sell him players and market them. To be honest, look here. This has happened before where we have heard Mr. Butler say he has players like it's plural when Leon was there. It was basically Leon, and in the long run, we all saw that the only quality player there was Leon. Okay? Now we are hearing of Dujan, right? Whisper, right? That's his nickname, right?
No,
and you know,
even when me that Phoenix, them still have good player, man. It's not Leon is a good player. Yes.
Hold on.
No, Maxwell. Hold on, Maxwell. Hold on. Phoenix always have good player. That's all football goes sometimes. Sometimes you have 10 good players, only one make it out. That don't mean say only one make it out, the rest of them not good.
I don't say no.
No more you fix up that statement there because these are the fuel, brother.
Would easily looks like he can make it at that international level. I can say that it was basically Leon. He had some other good players, but players that might make that final jump would be another thing. But however, what I want to address, you know, do you remember, a lot of people don't remember, that at one stage, at age, I think 14, 15, Mr. Butler was at one stage, sometimes he advocates for his 15 or 16-year-old to play for the Jamaica senior team, right? Way before these players are ready to make that step. And this is something he keeps doing, right? As I said, nothing wrong with it because he has to do his job. But a lot of people drink the Kool-Aid and they have this thing where, yes, you know, all of these guys are these so-called world beaters because Mr. Butler shouldn't have a problem. Wasn't he in England where Paul Hall was? And everybody, if he created that type of impact that he's saying, he shouldn't have a problem. These guys would have been seen because it would have been a big stir in England. You understand? When he was there. So I'm not understanding how is it that it's such a necessity, you understand, for them to have been seen, you know, by Paul Hall. Seriously. You understand?
I'm getting a whole heap of call. Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick point with respect to what this gentleman said regarding Phoenix don't have other good players other than Leon. There's a player by the name of Kemar Reed, who I think is probably just as good as Leon Bailey. He just probably just don't get the opportunity. So I don't understand how can this gentleman be saying that and he's a scout. Has he been to see some of these players? Kemar Reed is a very, very good player. What are you saying? That man
hold on.
For Jamaica, left or right. And
hold on, Carla. You see, same thing when I tell you about Maxwell. You have to be careful with some of the words where you that I say I try
I'm not trying to.
No, not on the caller. Hold on.
I'm going to discuss. I don't want to speak particular player, but we can discuss that.
You're going to discuss it. You're going to discuss it. I give you the time to discuss it, but what may I say? Be careful with some of the words you use because, you see?
I am not trying to demean him.
No, I know, but may I tell him as a host? Because I was part of that Phoenix Academy, training multiple time with them. I'm a new good player. It's not only Leon Bailey, but me?
Yes.
Of course, talented, bro. Talented footballer. Can use both feet. Left foot, left, right, yeah. Carla.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish up.
No, what I was just trying to say is this gentleman knows a lot about the players in Jamaica and probably overseas. He seems very knowledgeable. But to make a statement like that, I had to call. Kemar Reid is a very good player, and they have never given him a look in, period. And I'm not jumping on any...
Ryan, can you say something before him come off?
Him can't hear, so him can't hear. So when him done, him got thing. So yeah.
I've seen him play, but so I'd really like him. This is what I'd like him to do. Does he only look at players in Jamaica or him assess talent all over? And to make a statement like that, he need to retract it. That's not right.
Okay, I'm going to.
All I want to say.
Okay, all right, enough respect. All right, Maxwell.
All right, thank you.
It's when the people them call, Virgin. See, I want you to allow them to speak and then you answer back to them because them cannot hear you. We need to fix the line. Them cannot hear. Me can hear them, everything with them I say, but when you talk back to them, them can't hear. So don't
okay.
All right. Let's go for the make your answer two ways, as you say. And then
quickly, Kemar Reid. I know I'm good player, but one of the things I just want to make here now, is that look here now. Kemar Reid went overseas with Mr. Butler several times. Right? Why? I'm gonna ask the caller. Why then was he unable to be able to get a spot on a professional team? Right? So it's not like he didn't get the chance and the exposure. He did. What is the reason why that did not happen? That's the question I'm going to ask our caller, and that you need to look at. Right? There's a lot more to it than certain things that we all of us look at. Okay? Because there are a lot of players at Phoenix that are good players. And the thing is, they have been able to go overseas, right? And they have been able to be seen. But why is it that they are not all making, apart from Leon Bailey, the majority of them make it at one place and they don't really move anywhere else? And you're not seeing anybody going to Malta to take players anywhere else in Europe. Okay. So that is my thing that I keep questioning. You understand?
Call back and answer to that. But let's go for this another caller. Getting a whole heap of call. Caller, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening. Ryan, I just want to take the time out to say respect on the effort we really are putting into this. As in, really for that. Yeah. No, I'm not here to really ask any questions, but to make a statement. I just started listening to the program, and I can clearly see why the Phoenix players are not, given the opportunity. You see the way how Maxwell talk, you can say he's a hater. And persons like him are diseased to Jamaican football. And I believe that him and the others who don't mean our football any good should step down. It's full time now. We have been failing for over 20 years since the last time we qualified for the World Cup. And persons like him should stay far away from our program. They don't mean the program any good at all, without respect. Phoenix, remember, Vin Blaine talked down on Leon Bailey. And look, the same stone where the builder refused, him at the head cornerstone now. Because look, Paul Hall I tried to center the team around Leon Bailey. Remember how Craig Butler have to fight to get Bailey into the program. As much as them say, Craig Butler full of ego, and this man speaks with confidence. If him have a player who him know say should be in the program, him have to fight to get the player in the program, and that enough of them don't like. Them don't believe in talent. Them not groom nobody. Our we don't have no program really a build no footballer. Why you feel them have to run to the English based players them? Because we not build no baller, we not develop no baller in our own country. That's why we have to rely heavily upon the English ballers them, and that's why we continue to feel. Craig Butler are the only man where me see have a program and develop local talents, and I give them the opportunity, and them don't like him for that. So persons like Maxwell should step away from the program and others because them a corruption. And I just that my office.
Carla.
Can respond.
Maxwell. Go ahead, sir.
Corruption.
Okay.
You hear the caller say?
Yep.
So you have to answer to that, Maxwell.
Look here, let me tell you something. As I say, this is a fact. People need to stop, and Mr. Butler need to come out and be honest with this thing. Let me address the thing here with Leon, right? Leon Bailey, the only time he was kept out of any Jamaica team was by Craig Butler himself. And that's a fact. Leon Bailey, once there are no age group teams, right? That he was ever eligible for, that he was ever kept out of, right? The one time when I think he was eligible for under 17 at 2011 group, he was like, what was it? 13 years old or something like that, or 14, I'm not remembering exactly. And he was not ready then, right? Later on, when he was ready for the under 20, I think we didn't see him. I don't remember what was the issue at the time, but it wasn't that Jamaica didn't want to call him. Jamaica, he has never been a problem. The problem came in when Craig wanted to play God and telling people rubbish that Leon can play for England, he can play for so and so. When those things could not happen. You understand? So I can say for a fact that I know that there were no times that Leon was kept out. But one of the things that Mr. Butler always did was try to marry Leon with another player, right? So when that player was eligible, sometimes Leon would be going to the training, which didn't make sense. Let me just use a particular instance that has become infamous with this Vin Blaine thing. Did you know, Ryan? You remember that issue that come out all of the time?
Yeah, me hear it, but I never hear it. Me never hear it.
It came out, Vin Blaine made some statement, but the training that they actually went to, do you know, his son went and Leon went. It was an under 17, if I remember correctly. Do you know how many of those two players, if both of them were actually eligible, or was it only one, his son? That's the first thing he needs to stress. He needs to stop doing these things and spinning the thing a certain way to make it look like they're being kept out and they, and they know when they get it. No, man, they need to be honest and be straightforward and stop doing it. Okay? Because it's not right. Okay?
All right. Let's get back this. Bro, I'm getting a lot of miscall. But people, remember telling this. The people them want to call it. Seeing? Me I beg you, please keep it respectfully. Do not call nobody no name. Do not call nobody on the show whether me or Maxwell or disrespect nobody. Let's keep it professionally. If it's criticizing someone, you criticize them. But don't bother go to the way and call nobody name. And the people them doing in the comment section. Keep the thing professionally, please. Carla, welcome to the show.
Yeah. I just wanted to make a few points with the gentleman here, Mr. Leader.
All right. Make it quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Leader, what is the ambition of all those clubs in Jamaica? Every single one of them. And are the ones that are in the Premier League, are they all on the same level with respect to the players that they have? And I let me answer the question. All of you guys are trying to sell players. So instead of you guys working contrary to each other, why don't you guys have a system where you all try to help each other to get the best players out of the league? In other words, out of Jamaica. Because it seems like it's a bunch of ego thing. Who have the best players? Who? All of it at the end of the day will benefit Jamaica if all of you guys come together, identify the best players, in the local league that you guys have, which you must admit is a semi-professional league, and try to get the players out. So if you guys need to come up with a system where everybody shares, meaning the entire pool, and I'm not talking to you because maybe you're not the person who's in charge of that, but the local Premier League, make it a franchise type system where everybody, when once a player is sold from Jamaica, the entire system benefits. I think that will get rid of all of this. This player needs to get in and that player needs to get in, and that's how we identify the best players, because it comes down to everybody want to be the man, in my humble opinion. But let me know what you think about what's going on. You seem to have an inside track of what's going on. I'll hang up now, Ryan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I just address something that I saw in the comments quickly. Somebody said that Leon could play for Belgium still. Never. Let me just make it straight. Those of you that don't know what it takes to get citizenship, never. No, that never could have happened, okay? So I can just get it straight there. That's another thing, that a fallacy that is out there. But move on. Look here now, Carla, the problem is, is that not every club have the same, thing in the mind about development, It's few clubs, right, that actually try to give the younger players a chance. You understand? So a lot of players, when you look at the average age of some of these teams, right, you're talking about 25, 26, 27, because the young players, right, I have to always talk about Arnett Gardens area. There is like, it just, talent is just bursting there. You understand? But when you look at it, when I remember one year, when you look at Harborview, and I think, I don't know if it was Portmore, right? But there were at least two clubs that the majority of players were from the Arnett under 20 that won a particular year, because the player them couldn't get a break into the senior side, because the senior side did not evolve and bring in the young players. You understand? So a lot of times, some clubs out there are not interested in developing the players to get them away. It's few players in a Carla. It's very, very few clubs actually have that as an intention, Right? The majority of them interested in winning a league for other I don't know what reason. You understand? Because ultimately, if a club sell one player, it's way more than what you get as prize money in the league. So you can't finish 10th place in the league and sell two players. Are you better off than the winner? So people need to understand it's a business type of thing, right? And everybody, I can't tell another club what to do. I remember I mentioned it once to somebody, and the person said, that's not their priority, right? Look at Mount Pleasant now. Mount Pleasant has been around for a number of years, and we see a couple of players going in, but Mount Pleasant has to be buying a significant amount of talent in the last window. They broke the bank. They made some record transfer deals just to get some quality players, because the ones that they have had have been leaving and coming back to other clubs and leaving the program. So why is that happening? A lot of people don't know. There's a certain player from Arnett Gardens that I think, well, he doesn't play for Arnett, but he's from Arnett, that I think was one of the best talents. Two of them, as a matter of fact. One of them, his father is a former national player. And these two players ran from Mount Pleasant. So there are issues with the clubs. Mount Pleasant is trying something which is good, but there are other issues that they need to fix in their developmental process. That's not perfect. You understand? So, as I say, Carla, the various clubs, everybody has different priorities. So somebody can't go to another club and tell him what to do.
We have our next caller on the line. Good evening, caller. Welcome to the show.
Good night, Ryan. How are you doing? Fantastic show. Well done on your moderation of the show. A couple things that key for us to develop as Jamaica football. First of all, a player does not need to play in any Jamaica national team to become a good professional footballer. So players locally don't need to get hung up on playing for national teams to get a good contract. With the new digital media platforms and different sources, scouts will find you. The second thing is, not all players, we jump from these players into overseas players. Not all of them are of the same quality.
So there's a difference between a player that is in a MLS Next Pro Academy versus a player that's playing Division Three NCAA football or soccer, or a player that is just playing a local league in the States. Or if a player is playing in Canada, he's not playing on an academy team. So it's important that we don't bundle these players as overseas-based players. Look at the actual quality of that individual player to get a true comparison of where they are. Overseas based is a very broad term, and if a player is overseas based and plays in a 6th, 7th division in England, and he's a 17, 18, 19-year-old, that level is not that much higher than the JPL. So overseas based should not be a glorified or term that it needs to be specific. And in following, the other thing about the growth of Jamaica players is any player that's over 23, 24 years old, your chances of becoming a professional in the top 5 leagues in the world is almost slim to none. That's a reality, and that's where the development of younger players come in. Yes, will you get a USL, a Malta, or a lower Sweden 2nd or 3rd tier? Yes, but in terms of the top 5 leagues, top 5 to top 10 leagues in Europe, if you're not out of Jamaica's semi-pro amateur system, by the time you're 23, 24, your chances are less than 1% to make it. And finally, when it comes to U20 team, there are 3 players we need to call up first for all our national teams because Jamaica's teams take longer to develop and play together. The first player we need to call up is unity. The second player we need to call up is chemistry. And the next player we need to call up is cohesion. Those should be the first 3 players that are called up to enter for national teams, regardless of how it is. And while most teams might take 5 to 6 weeks to develop chemistry, because of the cultural aspects of Jamaica, it takes almost 10 weeks to develop that same country. So as our football grows and develops, we just need to be factual and look at things as the system grows and evaluate our players individual and on their actual credentials. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Here, caller. What's your name, caller?
Dwight Spence.
Dwight Spence.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, man, for calling, man. I appreciate the effort and stuff, man. I hope you have a
respect.
Yeah.
Respect.
All right. Maxwell.
Ryan.
Very good.
One of the best callers of the night.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. I'm basically saying everything I've been saying. And trust me, I the only thing I wanted to have found out if you're a coach or what because to be honest, everything I've been saying, he basically came right out back with it. Trust me, I'd love to see that guy as a panelist, man. Believe me. I'd love to see him.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's take Unseen car. Unseen. So Unseen. Oh, Unseen. Hang up. Oh. Unseen, good evening, man. Welcome to the show, Unseen.
Yeah, big up yourself, Ryan. The leader, farmer, big up yourself on the first one of the community.
Man, Unseen.
Yeah, I want more clear up something. We think we have a certain knowledge when we can show some people some simple stuff so they understand. A lot of people don't understand what Craig Butler is doing and why he does it and stuff like that. So, me personally, I have no problem with nothing. Understand? Not saying it is right. We can't talk to some people. But me, he's a marketing agent. He's a marketing agent. Marketing. He did his degree in marketing. They have a certain knowledge of sell players. Right? And they have a certain way they can do things to get traction from players. So fans need to understand this. That a person like him with that personality, he's going to sell, he's going to get boisterous, he's going to do all those stuff. That everybody have the same style. But in Jamaica, it's working for him. So if that work for him, why am I going to stop? That's what I mean. Why am I going to stop? Right? If you call Whisper name, and him say this for Whisper, the whole YouTube blogger them and take it up. Not true. I'm going to talk about him. So him stocks gone up. Him can go to a man now. Everybody at Jamaica talk about Whisper. You get where I come from and the thing gone up. You get me? So it's a marketing strategy. People need to understand them thing and common sense. And stop get the man mind, brother, and stop cuss. The man are using brain and you know, see that. Okay? He might do a good job, you know. We should have 10 more per people like him now. Because of the same thing. And get the youth them left Jamaica. Half of them coach that will jump up on the top about Butler that. Them now can nobody go America go on the train. They will play them at the club till them are 30. You get me?
Yeah.
Or when them 30, them to go on El Salvador. You get me? I come. Some of the money now, the youth with them now. So when time Butler doing things, no man to say nothing about it, because I get results. Result, did it? You get me? It's a strategy the man I use, brother, and I work for you. One next thing to it, what my belief is, once you're good enough, you're old enough. You get me? Once you're good enough, you're old enough. But we have to understand this now. The JFS have a right with everything. Them set them policy. Now, the under 20 team is going to be, you know, professional players. Them all again, professional players. The other day when Honduras come play Jamaica, 3 of them playing on the team. I go play under 20. You get me? I come from a week there. I run down schoolboy football to come play for me. Who's going to think about the last time we played under 20 competition with schoolboy? When they look half full for the field. You get me? You get me? I say, I'm ask a question. Ask a question and lead that question. Which professional football Whisper play? Yeah.
You have an answer?
No, him not playing a professional football.
None.
Him play against professional team though.
Yeah, but he not play. He not out, you know, consistently.
Yeah, but so you don't classify Phoenix as a professional stuff?
No, you don't understand what I say. The JFS policy is that they don't want our players who are not in a professional settings in terms of playing day in, day out professional football. That's why I say whether you're playing in the JPL or you're playing in England or the USA, them want them to have a player. So when them come into the system, them ready, them match ready because it's a competition. More likely, whenever you're playing for a country, you know only for coaching you go on in a bridge. Manage the players, you know. That's what people don't understand, you know. You have a system where 15 I just drop player 9. You get me? That is where Jamaica should be at right now. You get what I say?
Yeah.
Not saying because out of every league is a good player. So I'm saying JFF about doing because that's the policy, and I believe in that national players to be played under 20 in over the world. They go against professional players. Brazil have professional under 20 players. Near the country they have professional. Either under, as we say, 3 players play the game against Jamaica today. Right? So we need professional. I'm not saying Whisper is not good, right? I'm saying give the youth a chance, a fair chance to be in the team. But the JFF is right. JFF now shut up the youth.
Okay.
JFF now shut up the youth.
Unseen. Thank you, man. I'm going to take our next caller. Seen? Big up yourself, Bridget.
Ryan.
Big up.
All right.
Let me just say something quick. One I think and Whisper, look here. Whisper has gone through thousands of hours with Phoenix. So although he's not playing professionally, the amount of time that Craig has put in with him, plus the overseas experience, more than makes up for that aspect here. Trust me. The youth is quality and he has enough exposure and he has more training minutes than a lot of players around.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Carla. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, my time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a massive of my time.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, what may I say is, there's something more I say, but I'm not sure. Not even for say it's Maxwell or anything. But my perspective on the whole youth system of Jamaica football is going. I think that, and this is going to sound controversial, but this, to me, up to the under 17 level should consist mainly of locally developed players. Players were born in Jamaica, as much as it sounds away. And then when we reach under 20 level now, we can draft the overseas based players from the diaspora with Jamaican heritage. You know why I say that, Ryan? I say that to say this. When players in England are born in England or Canada, say America, those countries are far more equipped in terms of developing these players at a certain level. So we allow them to develop the players them and try to get the players them when they reach under 20 level. But don't try to get the players at under 17 and under 15. Too much influx of those players will hamper the development of the locally based players. And a lot of people are going to say, oh, we have to call a bias, call a rural way. But at the end of the day, in my perspective, we have to try to do something to develop our locally based players first and then mix it with the diaspora players. Because under 20 level to me is like professional players that are bringing now. Like players who are 17, 18, and 19 or so. So to me, that is how we have to approach the system, because at the end of the day, if we don't do it like that, what is going to be the gateway for the young players who play Dakasta Cup, who play Manning Cup, and playing in the JPL? What is going to be the gateway are the players that we are playing under 15, Pepsi and Coles? What is the gateway to the senior team? So when you reach under 20 now, that's where a dog right there. So pardon my language, but under 20 now, they are compete with everybody of Jamaican heritage in the world. But in the under 17 and under 15 up to that level, they have a set system. Say, oh, we have to have actually 15 domestic players, just like Premier League. When if you check Premier League now, Ryan, you know how much domestic players them say you have? You have a certain amount of domestic players that has to be in the squad. Then before you can add international players, as they call it. So to me, that's one of the things that we have to look for. The next thing we have to look for is like this. Everybody on the show that is commenting, everybody that's listening, everybody that's watching, they cannot just hear what a man say and take it up and run with it. A lot of us are calling and say, Mr. Butler says this, or Mr. Speed says that, or this and that. They can't just take what a man say and just run with it, because at the end of the day, you have to do your own research. And me want to say to Mr. Maxwell, sometimes management, sometimes some players, great players, come with people, the married players. For example, Eden Hazard. Chelsea had to take him, Targan Hazard, and the other younger brothers. We take about 4 players just to get Eden Hazard. We have to take the entire Hazard family. So sometimes, I just one of them things there. So for example, Butler probably learned the system there when you go see in Europe. When you have a very good player or a great player, and the player has a younger sibling, you as an agent, depends on what you're doing, you're going to marry your player with that sibling there. And we see it a lot of times with a lot of players, where if they have a family member or they have a brother, no, by the time the club that they're being sold to will the agent or whoever is managing the player will try to get the rest of the players in as part of the deal, and saying that you can't get their player if you don't take these other players. And if the player is excellent, normally what the club does is take the younger players and put them in the development squad, and then take the other player and put them in the senior squad, and then it can fizzle out after that. The younger players will know how to prove themselves, but enough players, them married players all the time. So we can't knock a man for that. But one thing I want everybody to know is they can't run with everything and say a gospel. Every time you hear man come say, you can get result, but like get that. You can't, and if you ask some of them can't come and name 5 Phoenix players. They can't come and name 6 players or 7 players. Not saying that what Mr. Butler is doing is wrong. Not saying what Mr. Speed, all of these people are involved in local football. And we know say, bad to bad, whoever have feelings against each other, they want the best for the football. It's just that, it's just like our politics. It's just like everything in the country. One man beat another man, and it sometimes get personal with other people's feelings. But at the end of the day, the end goal is the development of football, both locally and for the broader spectrum of developing the youth. So I really that for the episode.
All right, enough respect. Really appreciate it. See, we chat up again. Big up on yourself. Love and respect.
Right.
All right.
Quick point. Look here, the caller mentioned something about the marrying of players. Let me just tell you something that actually happened. You know, Jersey, Bayern Leverkusen jersey. Okay, I remember when Leon was at Genk and there was a falling out, and then the transfer was to be made. When he was at Genk, you know, remember that Butler's son was in the under 23, whatever, the youth program, the second thing, right? When the time came, and I think there was also, a lot of people don't realize, there was also a falling out with Genk at the time that forced the transfer. When the transfer was made, Butler tried to impose that his son be moved to a club in Germany as part of the transfer deal. You know what Genk did? Genk moved his son as far away from where they had sold Leon to. And I know that was done out of spite. So don't fool yourself. You can do it with certain clubs, but not all clubs, right? Because there are a lot of times when Mr. Butler did try to impose his will on the clubs, and they did sit him down and just make him know that that can happen, right? So you have to get it right a lot of times, Carla, right? It don't work. You can't do that. You can't. If people want a forward, you can't go give them a right back with if you want to take it. No, not going to work.
Carla, welcome to the show. Go ahead, Carla.
Yeah, man. Good night. Good night, Ryan.
Yeah.
Mr. Leader, good night.
Night.
First time calling into the show, but I've been a long time viewer of the show. Lexa 95 Gaming. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that we all have this issue about local players, overseas players. And the fact of the matter is that our local players aren't as developed as you would like. I would love to see a lot of local players in the national team, but here's the thing now. When I think about development, you have to talk about the basic fundamentals. When I look at and a lot of the players in the National Premier League, the JPL, because I pay keen attention to it. First touch is one of the major things. Way off. A lot of the players don't even know what they're doing, right? So for the youngsters to get them in the national program, it's just that they aren't developed properly from the ground up. We're talking about developing players. Are we talking about teaching them the basic fundamentals of the game, like controlling, passing, receiving a ball in space, on the half turn, things like that. So this whole petty thing about which who want their players in the national team or whose players should be in the national team. They all should come together and just get a program together to get the players in whatever, let me see, how would I put this now? Get them into an institution where they can learn the basics of the game. Until we do that, we won't ever have any local players coming up through the system who will be on the same level as the international players. Because currently, I'm watching the Generation Cup, and the youngsters that I see there who are under 15, under 17, way surpassed. I've won the Costa Cup before, in 2011 with Rossi, but the players that I saw in the Generation Cup, they are way above our level in terms of technical ability, tactical approach to the game. We're not focusing on that. We're focused on whose players should be in the game and whose players should be in the national team. First of all, most of the players can't even control the ball. No disrespect to any of them, but I think that we should focus on that aspect of the game first, and then we could make an argument for whose players should be in the national team. Because quality-wise, we have the raw talent, but apart from that, it's just a hit or miss. Even players in the English Premier League right now that we say, oh, they can represent Jamaica. You can see the complete difference versus our local players. Because technically they are way ahead of us.
Carla, music nice in your background. Let me have a cut you off. I think you go over too much minute now where I can't allow for the rest of it for you go on with that music in the background. So either you go hang up or you cut off that music.
Oh, no problem, man. I get the point over, but thank you very much. I just think that you just need to focus on that.
All right. Enough respect.
Yeah, man.
All right. People, come on, man. We have almost 400 people and not even 300 like on the video, people. Like up the show, people, man. Like up the show, people. Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show. Carla, good evening.
Yeah, great one.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Sure, in the Boston. Yeah, so you see that whole JFF thing that them do, that be a cut them do, you know, to me. Because Jamaica the only country, brother, when we see where it's like the man have talent out there and they don't want to get the talent. We see all of the big team them do, so I don't know if we special or something, if Jamaica special or something, brother. Because down to Brazil, me see I use them best. Them try to find the best player them play in the league them. Even leagues outside of Brazil. The Germany them, the Spain them. And Jamaica right now, based on what I say, it's like we don't want to try to get up the best team. It's like this quota thing really I mess up the whole football thing in Jamaica. The quota thing really I mess it up. Because like the man them really, it's like a certain clubs alone really get the highlight.
Carla, long time it stays, so Carla. Long time it stays, so. And I just know. From me I play, a long time it stays, so. And nothing new.
You get me, I say, brother, it's a mash up the football, brother. And that's one of the things because we have young talents. They look at you, they what they want to come play for, right? They look at young youth there from Arsenal, right? What do you name, man? The young youth there during the World Cup qualifiers, man. When name? The young youth there from Arsenal, man. Right? We're supposed to reach out to all of the young talents so we can reach out to, you know. And try to get them from them early, you know. Better we get them from early, you know, because so we lose enough of our talents there, you know, to England, you know. Because we fail to reach out to the youth them from early. You understand what I say?
Yeah.
And we have the raw talents in the country, but we now have the coach, we need better coaches, brother. Coaches are beat to bad. Very, very bad, brother. Coaches are beat. The coaches are not, brother. You get me, I say? And look on this now. We know so we have under 20 how long now, right, Ryan? We know, so we have under 20 coming up. And we just had the trials and all them some of the brother. I real joke thing them, you know. We just had the trials we just do that like when scout from early out and know the talent, them have some talent and know say right there money and they will go on the way during that time now and get the best so we can get and try to get others from overseas to come in and do what them can do from early. So we can have the best, you understand, so we can have a preparation. Instead of no, junior right on the corner and they come like a joke business, brother. You get me, I say, joke business Jamaica deal, and if I saw you deal, when I reach nowhere, and some man in the JFF, brother, them to go sit down, man, and fall a back seat, man, seriously. Them to hold a back seat, be a friend and company. Be a friend and company run this whole football business. And enough you get stifled, as I said earlier on. Enough you get stifled and have to turn to other things because them give up.
All right, Carla. Enough respect, Carla. I take a next Carla. I get a holy cataract. Call in panda number you're bridging. That phone, my phone I have can't hook up to my computer. Call in panda phone now with the number right there. So call in. Big up to all people and like up the thing, people. All right.
Ryan, quick. Must see some people mention Kiddo Taylor Hart name. If it's for the under 20, he's not eligible.
No,
okay?
The senior team.
Oh, senior team. He was in Jamaica, you know, and he had discussions with JFF.
Yeah, you sure about that?
Sure.
When them have the discussion?
I can't get into the details in that. But he did have discussions with them.
So if we have discussion, I will never bring him in the last 3 games. Cap him.
I can't comment more on that.
So you say him have the discussion.
I don't know what else. I don't know, but I know he was here.
Okay. Are you sure him not just come on a vacation and not even speak to nobody from the JFF? You sure about that?
Well, let's say maybe he was here on a vacation. Let's say.
No, I just want to know, Bridget. See? All right. Let's go for our next caller. See? People, like up the video, people. Come on, like up the thing, people. Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Mute the background, your background. Mute it when you're...
Yeah, man, the background mute.
Yeah. But me still hear me talk, though.
Yeah, I hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead now, Carla.
Yes, what may I say right now, all of the simple things them we I say can solve easily with the local player them. If the man them do like where Rene Summers do, keep regular like every 2-week camps and then play the player them against the parish all-star team them. Then no man can complain because when you call them in a camp and they all them get them play them against the all-star some more is to do and then all of the one them
Carla, I have to go run leave you. Your line is very bad. I have to run leave you. Take a next caller. People, make sure the line clean when you're calling. Don't scratch up the show. Military Guna, big up yourself. Coaches Dex, big up yourself. As if you are the man, them just passing to one thing. Enough love and respect. You're right. Leader. Instead of discussion.
Better him bust it out than me.
All right. Reggie, me get 98 missed call, Reggie.
Yeah, Ryan.
Go ahead, Carla. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, man. Quickly, I'll make it brief. In terms of Leon, could I play for Belgium? Yes, that could have happened because he actually lived in Belgium for 2 years. So he could have played for Belgium at that time. One other thing, I had a question. The overseas players, them that are eligible for play for under 20 team, which club them play for overseas, and where overseas them there? That is second question. And the third question I want to ask is something related to the Premier League. Why we don't use the same format as other leagues in our world, where a champion crowned by points? All right, those are the questions I want to bring in. All right, thanks.
All right, enough respect. Big up, Pastor. What? Pastor, I am sure sports. Big up yourself, Bridget. Get chi. Whap. Your military haven't soon over here for a long time. People, I'm not taking video call. Please don't call on video call. So big up to all of the big man them rolling military in town, coaches Dex. You know what I mean? The ultra cataract. You know what I mean? Good to see the man them passing through and show some love. Pagan, big up yourself. Brian, big up yourself. Big up to all of the people them down in the comment section. Owen, big up on yourself. Fresh God as always. Doing the right thing, doing in the comment section. Coach Devon, Chris, big up on yourself. People, enough love and respect, but you have to do me a favor, man. Come on, man, people. Job set up on the board, people. Having the discussion here. Job set up on the board, people, man. Come on, people. On the job set up on the board. But big up to all of the people, them, man. Love and respect. All right, let's go back to the car.
I said, Mr. Blake want drop the link for him now. Cataract.
See, you want to talk to Blake?
Yeah, man, I no problem. I no problem talk to anybody, you know.
Okay.
I'm not afraid to talk with anybody at all.
Okay, because I don't want the tag and war thing, you know. I want the man
No, man.
Respectfully.
Hey, broad enough. No problem, man. I have a fax all the while.
All right, so let me send Qatar the link.
So that gentleman that came with the fact that after being in Belgium for 2 years, Leon Bailey can get his Belgian passport. You sure of that?
So what you are saying?
Well,
That's not true. What are you saying about that? That's not true.
Tell him check him fax.
All right.
That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Anything we say. All right. Big up to all the people. Them. Come on, people, and smash up the like button. So anyway, people still taking the let's give back this person a call, right? Maxwell, you sure about that? Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Even everybody, just wanna say big up to the comment. Somebody are gonna reach you the system and big up Ryan good suggestion. I hope that Mr. Maxwell is taking yes in
Carla. Sorry, Carla. People, you never forget the internet. Never forget the internet. Never forget the internet. Right and thing. But big up to all of the people them down in the comment section. See, really appreciate it. You guys coming in. All right, let's give out back some call, people. Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show. Carla, good evening. Carla, you ain't serious. You ain't serious, Carla. But Mr. Maxwell, you ready, Carla?
Yeah, man.
You ready, you know, because cataract say my command.
Man. Good man.
Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show. I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Big up yourself, yo. The first thing I want to say, the leader, I don't to agree with him for much, you know, but him right, you know, 5 to 10 years it take for even apply for a Belgian passport. So the leader right about that. You know, 2 years thing. You know what I can get film thing from.
So he say it's not 2 year, 10 year.
At least 5.
5 to 10 years it take.
At least.
So, to do that. 5 to 10 years. But I want to ask the leader a question and cut out. This is what me want to know. Me want to know if him a do it. Him honest answer. If him speed, well, all right, him can answer for himself. If him really, the job where him a do, if him really a put Jamaica in front of everything else, or is about $1. I want to know if a Jamaica football, him really a think about for the things them where him the scouting, or it's about $1, him friend them team can make a money. That's all me want him answer. Because I just feel like every time from me a little boy, it's always about them making a money for themselves and not about Jamaica football. What that me want to know from him, if a Jamaica him a do it for or about something under the table. That's all. Him can answer that.
All right.
But respect.
Right? Enough respect, Carla. Enough respect. So, Maxwell, I want you to answer for that to me. If you're just doing it for money or you're doing it for Jamaica. Cataract, I send you the link, brother. Check your phone, brother. Send you the link about 10 minutes ago, brother. Check your phone. But answer to that question.
Okay, that's a simple question. Let me tell you, I got involved in football, not for profit, because I don't make anything out of it, really. I might get something when players that I bring into a club. That's basically it, but that's not my interest. Football costs me money. It don't benefit me really like that. The amount of money, when I look here, players that know me, that even don't play for my club, a lot of players will see me and they ask me to help them out with various things or that sort of thing. I don't do that for profit. I don't. I'm not struggling to have to do that sort of thing, okay?
Yeah, but when you say you get some money though, like how much money, sir?
I get a percentage of sales.
Like how much percentage though?
A percentage.
Bridget, how much?
It's like the international, a little bit probably within the same region of any international person that finds players, yeah.
Yeah. 10%, 15%. Come on, Max. 20%.
That regions.
Eh?
Yeah, within that region.
Mr. Maxwell, it's easy now. But Maxwell, I want to ask you this question. Why is it Cavaliers now in the CONCACAF? Cavaliers now in the CONCACAF Champions League. Why is it? Half of you do well in it, win it. Why is it we don't have more Jamaican team dominate in that region in the CONCACAF Champions League?
Okay, let me tell you one of the reasons why. Simple. Okay, you see in Jamaica here, you see if you go to a number of the other countries and you look at the leagues, you have a number of other people from other countries. Look at the Trinidad League. They have always done well. You have a lot of players that are coming from all over the Caribbean, Central America, that sort of thing, involved in their league, even Jamaica here. For Jamaica league to reach another standard, with just getting back there now, where we start having some more players for the Caribbean, that sort of thing. Like Cavalier has a goalkeeper, you have the same thing done by Mount Pleasant. You're not going to get all your talent from inside your country. You need to have players from outside to help to lift the standard of your league. You understand? So one of the things is that a lot of times the Jamaican teams have gone, but when they have gone, the problem is that, look here, you can't do it to the Jamaican players alone. You need to have players in there. I remember when Portmore did well, they had this guy here, Modest, was in the team.
Good center.
That was one of Portmore's better times. You understand? So we have to look at it seriously. You can't, if you want, look here, the whole competition, the JPL, once we get truly professional is when we start to get more players from the other countries. If we start to get, if every team in the league, right, had at least maybe another person from, say, Grenada, so and so, the top Grenadian defender in the league, the top St. Lucian midfielder, right? Cavalier has one of the top St. Lucian defenders and also a goalkeeper. So, you know, Mount Pleasant has a goalkeeper from, I think it's Ghana. So you understand, you need to get this type of thing. And when you reach there is when you're going to lift the standard. It in the same thing in the USA, any country you go, which league you know that the majority, 90% of the players that play in the league are from the country only. You have to have players from outside. You understand? So that's the way to go. And I think when we reach there, we're going to start to see more professionalism and the players themselves start to demand a better salary. That is something for me personally. I think that needs to change.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to ask you that question to Cataract. Good evening, Cataract. Welcome to the show. But Mike, big up yourself for the donation. I really, really appreciate it, man. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. I think Fabian sent one to Fabian. I think Fabian a military Virgin. Appreciate for the super chat and thing. People, you don't know how we work, people. Me ask you if you change people. Anything you have, you can put it on the board. You know what I mean? Anything you have, could have $2, $3, appreciate it. Anything you have, just put it on the board and just smash the like button. Big up yourself, Fabian. Go now. Cataract, why is it the Jamaican players them and the Jamaican team don't do well in the CONCACAF in our region? Why is it that?
Good evening, Ryan.
Yes,
Good
sir.
evening, Mr. Maxwell, aka the leader. And good evening to those in the comment section, especially Team Cataract and all the ultras. Not feeling well, but as you can see, I haven't done much videos on the channel that I now run, but I felt it a responsibility to come on here and challenge Mr. Maxwell and those protagonists and proponents of a quota system which is discriminatory to those who are of Jamaican heritage and in the diaspora, which is against the policy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, headed by Camilla Johnson-Smith, who has put herself forward for the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. So, Mr. Maxwell, you'll be happy to know that the ministry will be investigating your quota system as it contravenes the Commonwealth, because citizens of the Commonwealth must be treated equally. It's going to get interesting. Ryan, is going to be an interesting few weeks. While some were talking, the cataract was not sleeping. So you'll be interested to know, Mr. Maxwell, that your quota system contravenes the tenets of the Commonwealth, to which Jamaica currently is a signatory, and for which our Minister of Foreign Affairs has put herself forward. And so she has to, going against Dame Scotland, she has to have her house in order. And what is happening at the Jamaica Football Federation is a black eye on, it breaks the rules, Ryan. It breaches the tenets of the Commonwealth, where all citizens of the Commonwealth of nations are treated equally. Not to mention it breaches the FIFA thing, but we'll get there. You asked about why the players and the team. So let me say this, Ryan. I think there's a fundamental error and in flaw in the discussion and argument of the leader and persons like CC, etc. Any team that is afraid of competition simply hides for a while until they're exposed. So if the players in Jamaica are as good as they say, then competing with their brothers and sisters from the diaspora for a spot on our national teams at every level, women and men, would be quite easy. I sat and I enjoyed last Tuesday the Reggae Girls' 5-star performance. Kadisha Bunishaw, 2 goals. I think Jodie Brown and Canadian-born Tiffany Cameron. And I didn't hear anything about a quota system or a quota system for the under-20 girls. Do you know why, Ryan? Because this is not about national pride and helping ghetto youth. This is about greed. The grab for money, for transfer fees. So no one's interested in the development of under 15 girls. 20 girls could come from the United States and play for the under 15 girls because there's no transfer money there. It is where the transfer money is that the sticky fingers have come in, trying to get a piece of that pie. And while trying to get a piece of that pie, Ryan, they have destroyed the dreams of the supporters, of the younger players, of the stakeholders who were depending on Jamaica to qualify for the World Cup in Qatar. Let's look at the facts, Ryan. And I'm going to ask the leader. And I'm going to, again, I like to give a long rope. All eyes must watch the CONCACAF Club Champions League and see where the results of Cavaliers and Waterhouse, our two teams that have qualified. And correct me if I'm wrong, the champion and the second place team qualify, right? Mr. Maxwell, good. And I'm saying to you,
give me time to talk, you know.
No,
a lot of things.
Yeah, man, there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things to chop up, my friend. And I hope
you mentioned that are inaccurate.
Gentlemen, we're gonna have the discussion and we're not going to talk over each other.
No, man, we're not doing it.
I don't like mute mic on people, but please don't make me go there. So you talk cataract and then him talk. So no one get into nobody way. So make somebody talk and then please.
No. And I know what you're referring to. And I'm Mr. Lead as a gentleman, as I refer to him. And nobody will be taking off their shirt here tonight. So, ladies, if you came for that to see cataract strip off my shirt and show my tattoos, that's not going to happen, ladies. Okay? Of course, if you throw $100 on the board for Ryan, I'd gladly show this chubby body to you. You understand, for the cause. But I just wanted to say that Cavaliers has qualified. Let's say Cavaliers has qualified for the CONCACAF Club Championship. And I watch carefully and ask football fans to watch carefully the progress that they will make to the finals, where they will lift the trophy, making Jamaica proud as the first Jamaican club to lift the trophy. Certainly, any club that has 11 players called up to a national trial must be ready to defeat the other clubs, because there's no club in Mexico. Cruz Azul doesn't have 11 players called up to the Mexican team. Atlas of Guadalajara doesn't have that. Pumas doesn't have that. They have 1-1 and 2-2. So clearly, this mighty club called Cavaliers, 11 players, now 10 since the has departed, must be happy. Indeed, I look forward to them.
Hold on. Oh, earphone that leader. Answer to your call.
Oh, he's getting a call, man. You know that happens when cataract come on. You will see him run shortly. He's getting the call to leave.
All right. So cataract.
Yeah. So the issue is that the clubs in Jamaica must excel in the CONCACAF Champions League, and that would be an indicator that those players are ready for international football. Because the CONCACAF, if you can't dance at home, you can't dance abroad, as some learn it. So if you cannot defeat the team with your club team and local players, how are you going to defeat them when you come to the national team, when they are bringing in people from their diaspora? It doesn't make logical sense.
Leader, where you going, leader? We're waiting for you in the leader.
But I told you in the thing, as cataract come have a skitter, kiata. You know that song that says, so you want to bamba? You want to talk with the big boys? Well, the big boys are here, Mr. Leader. The big boys are here. I'm 6'1" and 250 pounds. Big boy. Yeah, man. So, right.
You're right. When you say no quota system in the females thing, you're right.
There is none. There is none. And nobody talked about it at Sabina Park. No one. People were, the St. Diego, Monk Street and a Punk Street, who were happy from their win at the school challenge quiz. They were taking pictures with Marlo Sweatman, Bunny Shaw. Nobody was saying, no, man, I want to take the picture with you, man. Yeah, overseas baller. Yeah, take with this. No. The fans embraced out of many one people.
You know what?
They spent almost an hour. Let me tell you the facts, Ryan. Sabina Park had to lock off the lights. So that's when the girls left. When the girls came and the oligarchs stayed at the AC Marriott to ensure that I was close to the ladies. But when the girls entered the lobby of the AC Marriott, some 2 hours after the game, there was a standing ovation by every single man, woman, and child. Every bartender, every front desk worker, the security, everybody was cheering for 10 minutes straight, clapping the girls on their achievement. No one stopped and said, hey, Drew Spence, you're from Chelsea, born in England. You're not Jamaican enough. Everybody was Jamaican in there. There was, when I say children, Mr. Azar, who's from the Lawn Tennis Association president, he was there with his 4 daughters and a couple of girls. They were in rapture. That's the beauty of Jamaica. And I'm saying to the JFF, I'm appealing to Mr. Maxwell to reach out to your colleague, counterpart, who is the chairman. Stop this quota madness. The country doesn't want it. The fans who are stakeholders, we do not want it. We want the best 23 selected for Jamaica and the best 11 to make the team. And the cream will rise to the top. When the Reggae Girls took the field, there were Jamaican-born players there. There was Jody Brown, there was Kedisha Bonishaw. No one can challenge their position.
Okay, I'm going for a call. Just hold a minute, guys. Good evening. Welcome to the show, sir.
Yeah,
Manningsman, how are you?
I am doing fine. I'm doing fine, Mr. Ryan. Welcome to your guest. I heard something very startling that I'd love to, if I am able to, I'd love to ask, because I want to record this because I need to make a call tomorrow. So I want to make sure that I can record it.
Okay. Go ahead, Manningsman. You're asking the question, right?
Yeah, man, I have one question. Good evening to Cataract and to Mr. Maxwell. But I want to verify something. I understand that because Miss Camila Johnson Smith, I want to get information correct, is going up for some posts in the Commonwealth. Primary to our agenda is that there will be an investigation into the JFF for the quota system. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
I'm hearing you quite well. But
I want to verify that there will be an investigation of the JFF for their quota system, because how I heard speaking glowingly about how all of these other girls born elsewhere, I just want to make sure I can verify that, because it doesn't sound like there's a quota system if he's saying that there are all of these girls playing. So on one hand, saying that there's going to be an investigation of the JFF from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I just want to make sure I can verify that.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'd love to answer that question, Ryan. I'd love to answer.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Just hold on.
I'm not hearing.
Just hold on. All Mannings man want to you guys for just answer. Cataract. So you want Cataract for answer, right?
Yes, he wants to record, right. So I'm giving him time to turn on his.
I hear correctly.
All right, so for you hear me, you have to hang up and go and listen to the show. All right?
Yeah, man, not a problem. I'll do that.
All right, so Mannings man, we're going to give you the answer. So we'll see if him hang up. So go ahead now.
Yeah.
Sir. Good night, Mannings man. But I don't think
hold on.
Come on, Ryan. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
You have to hang up for him here. You have to go hang up for him for go hear what he must say.
Okay, not a problem. All right, I'll hang up. Cool.
All right,
people disappearing. So let me say this.
Yeah.
I'm saying clearly to you, the matter of the quota system being conducted by the Jamaica Football Federation is being referred to the Commonwealth Secretariat to investigate if it breaches the Commonwealth of Nations, the rules that they have, sir. Ms. Johnson Smith is not in the Commonwealth Secretariat. Okay? Any citizen of the Commonwealth can refer a matter to the Commonwealth Secretariat. I hope you got that. So no, Ms. Johnson-Smith is not conducting an investigation. I'm saying that having put forward herself, if she should ascend to that position, having a system that is discriminatory against citizens of the Commonwealth of Nations would be a black eye. It would be a bad start to her successful reign. Okay. I hope that was recorded well. And I hope it was taken and is taken and WhatsApp quickly to all who you wish to WhatsApp it to.
Okay.
Because that's what's done now. People just cut and paste. By the way, there's a funny thing though, for those who record. You should also record what happens when people threaten our national footballers. That would be an interesting thing to record, management.
All right, let's go for the phone call. I want my boy to come on, but before we start about the conversation, I will go Mr. Maxwell. Can I him internet again, probably?
No, man, it's not the internet, man. The boss call him and tell him to
CC. Go ahead, CC.
Yeah, man, Ryan. More that question, man. I realize when they say something, the man them jump on and then it's spread around the world. CC, xenophobic, CC, this, CC, that. Pagan 180. Cataract, all of the man them was a CC xenophobe. Me want to know this. Are you guys a supporter of the English Premier League? If you guys are a supporter of the English Premier League, you know that in the English Premier League, they have a quota system for in the English Premier League.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir, CC. No, sir.
We will get to that. Make CC finish in point, cause them have a quota system in the Premier League. We are gonna get to it. Just a second.
It's correct. They do.
Sir, I'm asking you, sir.
Just hold it out, you guys on the show. Go ahead, CC. Make your point.
Yeah, my point is this: up to the under 15 level. Me no care when a man wants say one quota system have to go in. But now say you have 10 or 15 local based players, but you have to have a quota system because you have to protect the local players them at the end of the day. If you go under 17, under 20, then everybody are fight to get in that position there. And seeing that no quota.
Ryan,
no quota.
Just hold your point, Cataract, man.
I want to ask him an important question.
Him now hear your Cataract.
No, I'm asking you so you can ask him. I'm asking
no,
you.
nah, do that, brother. Make him finish the point and then me will talk about it on it. CC, go ahead.
So what me I say is, just like the English Premier League, where we all love and praise, and we get up every Saturday morning, Sunday morning, bright and early, watch these teams. And in the Premier League, they have a quota system because they're trying to protect the domestic players. I'm saying up to a certain level, which is the under 15 level, we have to protect our domestic players. I mean, I care when a man wants to say, and this is not a xenophobic, nothing. Under 17, under 20, that's a different ball game. I not want a quota system there, so and a quota system for the senior team. Up to the under 15 team, we have to protect our domestic players. Where a man wants to say, if you follow English Premier League, then you can't burn out quota system because you have to go burn it out in the English Premier League as well. That's what I have to say.
Okay, all right. Thanks, CC.
Right. We need to make a point.
All right, go ahead.
Man, excellent point in make. But because trust me, maybe Cataract go, but let me just go quickly. Look here, Jamaica's football now is being affected by the quota system that England brought in, that they've changed the standards for players from overseas territories being eligible to get into the championship and other leagues in England. So they have made it very difficult from some time now, because at one stage, the English league was being overrun by players from a lot of other countries, and they brought in their quota system to protect their league. Anyway, next question after Cataract.
Hold on. I asked. So let us just deal with that. I just want to deal with that question, and then we can deal with the other one.
Okay.
Because
go ahead.
I asked to speak, and I polite because this is a dialogue among big men. As I said, Mr. Maxwell, do you know the difference between a private league and a national team? You're debating a big man now. This is not no boy business. The English Premier League is a private league owned by billionaires, and they can do whatever they want to do. The England national team does not have a quota system, sir. As a matter of fact, they are actively trying to recruit players who are dual nationals. So CC's argument is nonsensical at best and idiotic at worst to come and discuss about a league system. The Jamaica Premier League has no quota system. It's just full of local born yardmen and a sprinkling of players from the Caribbean. So we're not talking national. I'm not here to talk about the JPL and the EPL. So don't be that. The England national team would dare not have a quota system. In fact, hold on. The England national team, sir, does not have a quota system on players.
Who put the quota system in place for the English Premier League, etc.? For not just the Premier League, for footballers who want to play in England. Who put it? Wasn't it the English FA?
Sir, the England Premier League, sir, is a different legal body. It runs the top 20 clubs a league, and then there's something called the English Football League, the EFL, that runs 3 leagues: the Championship, League 1, and League 2. They are 2 different legal bodies, sir.
So, Kata,
hold on, right? Different from the England FA.
They are not being honest.
Hold on. All right, go ahead.
People, I'm going to ask you this question, leader. I'm going to ask you. I don't want we are elaborate on this too much. All right. When the English FA say you must have 8 English-based players in this 23-man squad, at Liverpool, you have to have 8 of them. Must. That is a must. To have 8 English-based players. That's not a quota system. That's what. It is what?
So Ryan, again, we are talking about a private league. And a private league can be
what kind of private league?
The EPL is a private league. The EPL, sir, is a private league. It has to negotiate with the government. It has to negotiate with the EFL. That is another private.
Hold on. Cataract. Forget about the Premier League, the Championship and other leagues. We have had normally a number of Jamaican players there.
No, sir. I'm saying to you.
Come on, all in the point. Let's go for it.
No, but you
welcome to the show. That's all in the point. Carla, good evening. Welcome to the show, Fabian.
Big up Cataract, big up Maxwell. Ryan, me just have to make a point, and me think you and some others in the comment section are mistaken what Cataract is saying. Now the quota system applies to the English Premier League, not to the English national team. There's a difference. The English Premier League is to Jamaica like the JPL. So that would be if the JFF said to JPL that you must have 8 Jamaican-born players in each JPL team. That is different from saying you must have Jamaican-born players in the national team. You understand? So the EPL to England is what the JPL is to Jamaica. No, the English FA has a quota on EPL, or the EPL bodies have a quota on EPL, not on the national team. So you cannot compare the EPL to the Jamaican national team. If you're going to compare the EPL, you have to compare the EPL to the JPL. Because the JPL is the highest league in Jamaica, the English Premier League is the highest league in England. They are comparing the English Premier League to the Jamaican national team, which is completely wrong. If you're comparing the Jamaican national team, it must be to the English national team, which there is no quota in place for the national team of England. And that is what Cataract is saying.
No.
So that's just my break it down further for those who misunderstand what Cataract say. You can't compare EPL to the Jamaican national team. The EPL, a private body, them can do whatever they feel. Them can even say them no outsiders in them league. They cannot say
they don't want nobody who no English band playing at the national team. You understand what I'm saying? And then
caller, Ryan, just ask the caller to hold 1 second. There's a very important point I want to make.
Preventing players.
Just ask him to hold 1 moment.
I think it's wrong, but this is my view on it. Get our rank up. Get our players better so they can play in England. That is what I am saying.
Okay. Fair enough. Enough respect. Enough respect. But go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to say this. For Crystal Palace, is Wilfred Zaha counted as a local player or an overseas player? He is counted as a local player. The thing says homegrown players. Homegrown. Go. Type, Mr. Maxwell. Homegrown,
let me just start here.
Homegrown players, sir. It does not refer to place of birth. It means that players from Andy Robertson, who is from Scotland, you find out what he's counted as. When you tally up, Ryan, you're a Liverpool man. And I have to know this because the central defender from Leeds, right, is Scottish. And he counts as a homegrown. But we don't have that problem because we use a lot of English-born or persons who live and reside in England. That's all I'm saying. So it's incorrect. The comparison now is crazy. But go ahead, Sir Maxwell.
Listen now. First thing, and just try and make it brief, make Ryan get him calls in, right? Who brought in the rule to make it that the English teams had to have a certain percentage amount of English players? Who brought in that rule? Just tell me that. Cataract, this for you. Who brought that rule in? Was it the English FA? Yes or no? I just want yes or no. Was it not the English FA? And was the reason that they brought it in not as a result of the England team's quality, because a lot of the players weren't getting regular playing time in the Premier League especially, that they brought this system in to develop their own league?
Sir, again, I say to you that you are mistaken. And let's not belabor this point because there are much more important things. Because any man who tries to compare the English Premier League to the Jamaican...
Answer the question. No, I'm going to get into that. Just answer that.
Sir, I'm saying to you,
answer a question.
Incorrect, because it is not about players born in England. It's about players who are homegrown, who have come through the academy system in England. It does not speak the place of birth.
English FA bring rule in. And why?
It does not speak the place of birth, sir. It does not speak.
Okay, Cataract, just say yes or no to this.
You are incorrect.
Did the English FA not bring in the rule because they wanted to make sure that the England-born players were guaranteed a set amount of places in the various teams? Was that not the reason?
Yes, Cataract. Don't lie, man. Cataract.
And I'm saying, Ryan, there is no rule that speaks to
Cataract. That's right. Hold on, Cataract. Let me tell you this. When Liverpool, hold on, brother. When Liverpool murdered the man named the English FA said, we can't afford that the English-based player them they get the game in the thing. Remember, once upon a time, only have one England, 2 English players in them team, brother.
But Ryan, Ryan, I'm saying to you, let's all remain calm.
Okay.
The word and language is important. It speaks to homegrown players in England, meaning that you would be eligible to represent England. That is why Wilfred Zaha, born in the Ivory Coast, is considered an homegrown player on the Crystal Palace roster. So you can't come and just talk where you, not you, Ryan, talk where you feel. And it was because they wanted players to be able to, players who were eligible to represent England. Players who were eligible to represent England to have first team training. Hold on, sir. Guaranteed space where?
In the various teams, so that the development of the overall English team. I can't get the facts. What the statement was now. That was the reason.
No, get the facts, and you'd say where it said born. where it says English born.
It does not matter. Look here, whether it's whatever homegrown, they put a set amount of spots there to be guaranteed that the English born players are homegrown, whatever you want to say, right? We're guaranteed their spots inside the teams.
Yes,
right? Because Gardner now not get into England based off of these new rules.
Sir, I'm saying to you that that's the rules for a private run league that is run for profit.
That was said by English FA. Cataract, hold on. One other question. Let me just make it clear. I am not a proponent for any quota system. Let me just get that clear. So when you're addressing me, you know I have never at no time advocated that, because no quota system, whether local or overseas, the best team for me goes out there, right? But it doesn't make sense to have 20 players that are totally from overseas, and then later on you kill your local league, just like what the English FA did to develop their own league. Most countries they tell you that you can only have a certain amount of players from overseas in your team. In the USA, the USL, you have the same thing where you have a quota of a certain amount of overseas players. All leagues have it. Come on.
So,
well, right. Let me take an next caller.
We're talking about leagues and not national teams. And you have said you don't support the quota system. I am happy to hear that you
I've heard that all the while. That's nothing new.
Reject, but in the practice of the practice of it, the quota system is alive and well amongst our youth teams. The issue I have, Ryan, is, let me tell you, the JFF could have been very transparent if, as the leader had informed us on YouTube, that the camp would have been held in England for those players who are of Jamaican descent.
I suggested it. Don't twist it around, Cataract. People know that I suggested it. I'm not a part of the JFF. Just get it clear. It was a suggestion that I would have done. Don't try to twist it around.
Okay. One thing is Cataract, more you tackle Maxwell, but Maxwell, don't try to bring in other situation, because many times watch stream where Maxwell say, yo, in the believing in the quota system, don't use him boss fat to fry him. Please, just go off of Maxwell. Him confront him. But Carla, good evening.
Welcome. Not my boss. Let's get that clear, Ryan. My associate, not my boss.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Carla.
Good to see Cataract, my friend up there. But I would like people to put context on the quota system.
Okay.
Okay. And Cataract like to say that it's discriminatory because we are discriminating against Jamaicans from overseas. Well, I'm from overseas. Okay. But my issue with the quota system is simple. It's a developmental question. If you have citizens who are living in a higher developed standard or are being developed at a higher standard with better facilities, how does that impact on those who are underdeveloped at home when you're competing for the same jobs when they go back home? Isn't that considered discriminatory? So the whole question is a developmental question. In the States, it's called a civil rights issue. You have it with Black Americans and white Americans. Black Americans were basically underdeveloped, and they put in a system that could help them to reach a standard of development. You see it in education, you see it in places of employment. It's the same thing that's going on back home. The real question is, at what age level should the quota system stop? I mean, think about it. You have under 15s, under 17s, under 20s. Are you saying to me that we should have foreign Jamaicans come home and compete with under 15, under 17 youth who don't have the facilities
of development of these overseas kids. That's not fair. So it's a civil rights discriminatory issue, and that would be litigated in court. And my thing to Cataract is this: you guys don't have a foot to stand on, because it's all about development. And the real question is, at what age level do we stop? That's the question. So, this issue about taking it to the whoever this lady is, and she's going to look into it. Listen, you guys don't have a foot to stand on. It's a developmental issue. Thank you, guys, and have a good day.
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carla. I have 2 legs to stand on, and the ladies will tell you I have 3. So I can stand. Okay, Carla, I can stand. Right. No, Ryan, I want to address the caller. If it's a developmental issue, why is there no issue and quota system in the Reggae Girls hierarchy? If it's a developmental issue, why don't you address development? And I spent 8 years as the executive director of the National Center for Youth Development. So I understand development. Development doesn't occur when you cut the corners. Develop the local players to world-class standards. Ensure that the fields are maintained, that they can play on, that you don't have to go to the beach and get sand and dump on a pitch just before a match at Drax Hall. Ensure that the coaches are all A-licensed coaches in the league, so that the players get the best coaching. That's development. Ensure that there's a pathway from the DaCosta Cup and Manning Cup for the best players to matriculate into the Jamaica Premier League, and that players like Brown from Stets, the striker, like small striker there that full of running from Froome, don't just drop through the cracks. That's development. Ensure that there's a policy maybe that would say there's one Premier League club and one A-licensed coach in every parish to develop the talent in the parish. Now that's development. But what is not development is hijacking the national team to insert players who are not ready for international football and who fail to qualify. What I wanted to ask CC is for him to explain to us what occurred in the Dominican Republic, where Jamaica was knocked out of an under 15 or under 14 tournament. There were no English players in the team. None.
I can when you're ready, yeah?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay.
See, Jay, about the can me know say a lot, even America, brother, have quota system, brother. A lot of these places have quota system because have to protect the local player them. But me I tell you, bro, a whole heap of country have quota system, but have Mannings man. Good evening, Mannings man.
Yes, good evening. To you, Ryan, to Mr. Maxwell again, and to Oyine, my friend, and to all the persons in the comment section. Good to be on. And normally, after church on Sunday, I kind of try to stay away from these platforms. But I have to I have a lot of respect for Cataract, but I need to challenge him, right? Because I have done a paper in my master's on the Commonwealth. So I want Cataract to explain to me, based on the 3 functions of the Commonwealth Secretariat, the purpose statement of the Commonwealth Secretariat, what grounds does this citizen of the Commonwealth in Jamaica has to write a request, refer the point of a quota system with a FIFA-managed body. So I want Cataract, just for the purpose of explanation, because he was the one who called Camilla Johnson-Smith. So we're going to remove her name from it. I want him to explain and point me to the document. I have the Commonwealth documents in front of me, so I want him to tell me where on it I can find it, and I will see. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, sir. Good evening, management. Welcome to the program. As you know, the Commonwealth Secretariat in London is the body that operates the Shogun, that's the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, right? And the meeting for governmental ministers as one of its key tasks. Your question, well posed. And I speak and pretend to be no legal buff. It's a legal matter. And if it is not the body, then Cataract's lawyer's request will be rejected, or it will be looked at.
Okay.
And we can hide. No, I'm saying to you, allow the competent authority to do their job. If I've written to the wrong body seeking, then they'll. And if I don't, I'm just saying, there are bodies all over the world, right? I think unless you're acting as a defense lawyer for, but they can hire you if that comes to it. But let me just say,
I'm
not moving the goalposts. That the rules of the Commonwealth speak about non-discrimination.
No, all right. So let me hold on. All right. So what I'm saying.
Hold on. Discrimination is not allowed in the Commonwealth Secretariat. In the Commonwealth, it speaks.
No, all right. So no, man, fine. So listen. First thing, anything that discriminates against race, sex, I'm totally against that.
Place of birth.
Right.
Address.
However, I have an issue, like you and all of us, I think, on this platform, and both the panel and the persons in the comment will have an issue with discrimination. We don't like to be discriminated against, and we should not discriminate. So that's not the issue. We all are agreed on that. All right. You classify the quota system as discrimination. I'm okay with that.
No, I'm not into give it a bigger classification.
Right.
I call it footballing apartheid.
Right. There you go. Fine. And I do understand that term. I'm in total agreement with you that players should not be excluded based on a quota. But I also understand that local football has a need to develop its players, and how they balance that is up to them. All I want to do is explain this, right? So this is from what the thesis. All right. So let's get to there are three core functions of the Commonwealth Secretariat. The Commonwealth Secretariat, the aim is to help with democracy, development, and peace. All right. Within that framework, there is no intervention in even domestic disputes in nations. Okay. Since the Commonwealth has existed, even in civil unrest in places like Pakistan, who left the Commonwealth and rejoined, they never intervened. So I find it very hard to understand how they would take on a footballing matter, okay, instead of that being posed to say CONCACAF. That's all I wanted to do, to say, why not?
I'm saying to you, why do you think that's the only place that I'm taking it? I am everywhere that I can take it. I will. Whether it's the United Nations, I haven't reached the United Nations yet because there's a body on indigenous people and all kind of thing. But what I'm saying is that I will be relentless in my pursuit, and that's just one avenue.
All right, so
hold on, Madams. Yeah. It offends the Constitution, Chapter 30, right? The quota system does, because all Jamaicans have rights, regardless of the place of birth.
Yeah,
so it even offends the Jamaican Constitution.
Yeah, man. What I'm saying,
all I would like the JFF to do it, though.
All right, but all I'm saying is, I'm helping you to Cataract. I'm helping you to.
Allow me to waste my money. I have a pay for the allow me to waste it. If it's the wrong place, it will be, I'll get a nice letter. I'm a big man. I can come back and say, hey, see, Commonwealth say, go on about your business, Cataract. But I am confident that somewhere, someone and some institution in the world is going to hear my cry and the cry of those Jamaicans in the diaspora whose children and grandchildren run the risk of being not grandsons, not granddaughters, run the risk of being excluded from the opportunity. Now, many may not want to take it up, but that's their right. But no one who wants to take it up should be excluded on the basis of their place of birth and their address, because their address says 154 Longley Road, Tooting, Southwest, London. Excluding that person from becoming a part of an under-17 team, trial, or getting there is equally as offensive as saying the man's address says Tivoli Gardens, so he can't come in the team. The discrimination is the same, not because the address is in the United Kingdom means that it is right. It is wrong. Ultimately, the player who is good, the players who are good will come to the fore. What this is an artificial mechanism, nothing to do with development. It's to do with the greed and lust for club transfer fees for players, with the belief that if players are on the national teams, they'll be seen overseas and get a lucrative contract. But I'm saying to you, and I'm going to make Manning speak and leaders speak, if they win the CONCACAF Club Championship, believe you me, all 11 Cavalier players who start that final will be transferred, whether it be Mexico, the MLS, Colombian League, South American leagues that don't have no barriers to entry. That's what it's called, barriers to entry, right? Stop getting knocked out in the first round. Reach the semifinals. When we do that, then the players don't need the national team. They will then go out and be exposed to even different coaching, because I'm not going to say better coaching, because I'm not hitting the coaches in Jamaica. I'm saying see the game differently, different philosophies of football. That's what is needed. At some point, I believe that local players must make it difficult for a player that's born in England to just walk in the team. I believe that the JFF must hold a under-23 team named and on contract and brought in periodically to the Horace Burrell Center.
All right, Cataract.
On the 17 team and on the 15 team.
No,
That's
Cataract. Big man thing, bro. Sometimes I tell you, bro. If somebody has a chance, the man, Jesus Christ, bro. Other way upon the thing, brother.
All right, so Cataract, let me say it again. I think we are agreed that there should be no discrimination. I think we are agreed that there must be development and also an all-inclusive policy. And as you have stated, Ryan have stated, it is evident in the female program that wherever you're born, it's okay to come and represent Jamaica as a citizen of Jamaica. All right, so we don't have to get into, I'm not going to get into Cavaliers and 7 players. I'm not going to get into that. That's not my discussion. So I'm going to cite some examples because I do agree that as an individual, you have a right to express your concerns and to seek whatever justice you can get. That is absolutely great. I like the fact that you're taking this on. I just want to point you probably in a direction where it will make more sense, because when you bring the JFF, you're going to also have to separate that this is only prevalent in a particular team, because you can't use the female team because you stated clearly that is not a matter there. So when you're bringing the matter, you're going to have to bring these issues. But I'm going to cite some examples with Commonwealth, because India is a part of the Commonwealth. And up to at the beginning of the IPL, they had some Indians who were born outside of India. IPL is the T20 cricket. And I'm going to cite Pakistan, who was a part of the Commonwealth. All right. And they had this emphasis on using players who were born in India. There were some Indians who were born in England and America that came into the IPL. And there was the same big discussion about, are they Indians? They are Indians of Indian descent, but they were just born in those places. They were still treated as overseas players. In fact, one of the players, Robin Singh, I forget his surname, right? He did so well, and he was excluded from the Indian team, right? He was excluded from the India T20 team because he was not born in India. And like you, I felt like, why would they do that? He's still Indian. It makes no difference, and he's good enough to be in the team. All right, so that means that this kind of policy is not just something that is Jamaican. And that is why I think what we probably need to look at is where a player clearly wants to come and represent. And that player, it is proven that that player was excluded because of a quota system. That player, I think, can take the matter to places where he can seek justice or whatever you call it. I think that has to be the approach, because outside of that, it's going to be hard for you to present any credible information when you're admitting that, because they will say to you, we had one game where we had more players born in England than in Jamaica. Right? So all I'm saying, you understand me? In presenting a case.
Chatter, hold on there. Chatter, you don't say very, very hold on there. You don't say very, sometime, bro, me watch up on other stream, bro. You have to allow, brother. You just talk for nearly 3, 4, 5 minutes. And man's man to get a chance yet. My boy to get a chance yet. But you still want to go over the person there. Come on, no, Bridging, man. Sometimes we have to reasonable, you know. We can't be every minute we are the host. We have to tell big man over and over the same thing. Bridging, me respect all our own, Bridging. Me hate mute mic and people, you know, brother. We can't have a discussion with us. Me talk, management talk, make it go in a format.
Yeah.
Come on, cataract, man.
So let me just,
you want everything you want. Wait till you turn back, no, Bridging. You just have it, and you have about 5, 6 minutes.
So let me just finish with this. So I think you and leader are having a very worthwhile conversation. I didn't listen all of it, so I can't get into that. But all I'm saying that there is a place, Cataract, I think, that you can get redress for the matter. And I think that place is to find a player. For example, the name Kiddo Taylor Hart came up. If it is proven that he was excluded on the basis of they didn't want to go past a certain amount, I think that's a case that, along with Kiddo, that could be taken up, even probably in the court of arbitration for sports or something like that. But I think to prove that a quota system was used to exclude a player, and at the same time admitting that it's not prevalent in the female. In other words, the only place it is working in is under 20 and under 17. It's going to be, I can't see how that can be validated, but it's worth the effort if it is, I think, dealt with the next way. That's all I'm saying, because it is wrong. How it is dealt with is what I think we need to discuss. What is the best way to help to eliminate the perception or the reality of the quota system? Because that's all I'm saying. You know? I'm not saying that you're wrong for pursuing this thing. I'm saying that the way you're doing it may be not the best way. You're going to need a player to say, yes, when I was excluded, it was on the basis that they could only include 5 players from England. And I know I am better than that one, and I didn't make the quota. Because outside of that, it's going to be hard. You can't prove it.
Okay.
And so that's me.
Okay, look here. I'm not going to take long at all, Cataract, and then you have all to yourself. I'm going to just read something here for you. In 2014, right? I just read a little part of this here. Football, England's FA, Professional Football Association, pushes for homegrown quota. England's Professional Football Association is pushing to introduce a quota on homegrown players in the country's top leagues. The PFA is seeking political backing for its initiative, which would require teams in the top 4 divisions, not just the Premier League, right, to field a minimum of 4 homegrown players in their starting team. That's where all this is originating from, you know, right? Following, you know why this came in? Following Roy Hodgson's men's failed to win a single match at the World Cup in Brazil. Questions were raised as to whether the high number of foreign players in the lucrative Premier League was damaging the chances of the national team. England trophy, blah, 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 from there. So we see where it's not say it doesn't exist, you know. This thing has come in and they bring it in to try to protect the actual team. So what we're saying, there doesn't need to be one for the senior setup at all. The other day we had a team going to Canada. Some English, well, players from overseas could not make it. They pulled out at the last moment. If we didn't have some homegrown players to get into the mix, we would have gone to Canada. We would have been in the tournament, rather less with a number of players pulling out. And this is something that happens to a lot of teams, that players can be invited, the wife can be having a baby, they can get COVID. So you need to have a base. If you don't have a base, and look here, this base is normally coming from the youth level. Most players that you see coming up in the JFF now are players that have been through the under 15, the under 17, under 20. And what I can say, that a number of people have been talking about Cavalier having, what was it, 11 or how many players, Cataract, in the senior setup? Cataract, how many players did people say? You have him on mute there, Ryan.
I have muted myself.
I just want the number.
I don't mute.
You had 11 players.
Okay, cut, hold on, Cataract. My time, hold on. I just wanted the number. Cataract.
In the 39-man squad, you had 11 and 2 former players.
Cataract. No, we did not have 11 because you're bringing in that were selected to the under 20. They were never selected to the senior setup.
I did not say to the senior setup. I said to the 39-man training camp for
Cataract. For years, every single youth team from 2010, and Mr. Speed had no position in JFF at that time. Cavalier has been the dominant youth team in leagues for years. From as far back as I think it was 2006. 2006. Cavalier has been dominating the various youth leagues. There's no year when Cavalier has not won the MVP in almost more than 2 competitions. So taking it as a logical thing going forward, they have always had the players in the national youth setup. So when you call a combined team and then Cavalier has 4 or 5 in the under 20, it's nothing new. So don't be facetious and saying like all of them are in the senior setup. That's not true. And people need to stop saying it. Right? They had players under the squad.
No one said that, Mr.
They had some Holland Cataract, which were called, by the way, these players were called already, a number of them, to the senior setup before. The only problem was that they combined the camp. And so people need to be honest where that is. But I'm finished.
May I, Ryan?
Bro,
May I?
No, brother. Go on, bro.
May I? Okay. First of all, Mr. Maxwell, absolutely no one said there were 11 Cavalier players in the senior team. You are creating smoke and mirrors and a diversion. We set up a 39-man training squad that was brought before Coach Paul Hall so that he could assess them the Cavalier Football Club got the opportunity to have 11 of its players in a 2-day camp in front of the coach, who was using the camp to select the local-based players who would be added to a 16-man roster that had already been announced. I hope I'm clear. So nobody is saying that.
Cataract, hold on. How many of those players were new? Let's take out the under 20. Because as I said, I proved my point that every single national team, based off of how Cavalier has been doing locally, because they are the only team that has won the under 13, under 15, under 17 twice, right? In local competition in a year. It has no other team has that type of record. Cavalier is easily, when it comes to youth football, they are the leaders right there, right? So let's take out the youth players, right? Let's look at the senior players now. How many new players were there in the senior setup? Wasn't it only, I think, 2?
That's 2 more than Arnett Gardens had. And at the time, Arnett Gardens were second in the league. And it's the exact same amount as Waterhouse had. And Waterhouse was leading the league at the time. You can't make things up as you go along, sir. You can't just conveniently want to take out and forget. I say again, Ryan, that the coach Paul Hall said he has a 16-man squad. He needed a 23-man squad. And the JFF, through its coaches, its technical committee, through everybody, put together a camp of 39 players. 18 senior players and 21, 18 and 21, whichever it goes. That they would be in front of the eyes of Coach Paul Hall. Now, Coach Paul Hall was not at the second under 20 camp. This was the camp where the coach would select the players who fit the bill, because he doesn't know the Jamaican players. And rightly so. He hasn't been around here and goes to the games. So this was the shopping window for the national senior team. And you know whose goods, whose product was on the front of the display? Cavaliers FC. And I'm saying to you that, for me personally, a red flag. A red flag. And I go no further than saying that. A red flag.
2 new players only, Cataract. Just be specific here.
Here we go.
Let us move on. Let's us move on from this.
You want to move on from the training camp?
No, man. Let's move on from this, Cataract. We're on this too long, Bridget.
No, we have moved on. We have moved on to the training camp. We've moved off the quota system. The topic has
been training camp here about the under 20.
No, man, the under 20 and senior training camp.
That
just concluded
month.
Last month, and there was one recently.
The recent one over the weekend.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for the press release that came out for that, because I missed it.
Okay.
Did you get a press release, Ryan? Did you see a press release? Man is man.
No, I didn't.
See a press release? Or was this? Did you get a press release, man is man? Or was this camp?
I can share what if I'm permitted, I can share what I know just to bring some clarity.
And when you share, as you will, I'll mute my mic. Just say if there was a press release. That's what I'm interested in. As a member of the press, the free press, I just want to know. A national camp was being held, and the Free Press of Jamaica was notified.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know about a press release, but what has come to my understanding is there is, and again, this is what, as a media person, I've heard. There are a couple of things. One, and I'm going to say 2 things. One is the players who are playing professionally, they have made a decision that they would not need to come to the trials. they would come when they have had trials for the amateur players, high school players, local players. Then the players that Paul Hall should be looking at in England, those in the United States, because there are several, there are some in Germany, there are at least 3 in Germany coming, and there are some in Portugal. They will be included to make it up to 35. They are going to be playing practice games, and at the end of those practice games, they will select the 20-man squad to go to the 20-man, 23-man squad. Don't quote me on the number, to go to the tournament. But they would not need, because they're playing in professional leagues, they're playing in a championship or Premier League, or they're in MLS academies, or they're in Germany or in Portugal or in Sweden. They were not, because they would not be released from their clubs to come to a trial for a week and then come back for the training camp and then to go back and then to leave for the tournament. And so that's what, which I think makes sense. I don't think, for example, and this is just a name, I don't know that he will play, he can. There's a player called Omari Hutchinson. I don't think he needs to come to any trials. I think he's good enough if he can make a Premier League starting, squad for the day. He should come in at the back end when you're going to the tournament, you're preparing for the tournament, and if he's good enough, he's in it. The other thing I will say is, one of the things that I would look at Cataract is if Paul Hall is coming to Jamaica, right, to keep a camp, I would want to believe that if there are players in England, and this is where personally I am looking at Paul Hall, if there are players in England that don't turn up, I'd love to hear from Paul Hall. Because you as a head coach should not need to bring those players to Jamaica to do trials to know if they are good enough. It's not prudent. So I am waiting to see the selection of the national team for June and the selection of our youth team with Paul Hall being in England to see what sort of influence he has in terms of getting players. Because when he comes to Jamaica for the final camp, he should be bringing players with him.
So, may Ryan and then I'll allow CC and Fabian go. So let me say something, Ryan. First thing, Giovanni, no man can jump and get it. Where that comment that go, brother?
I take up time from the show, brother. Don't pay them money in the comment, brother.
So let me say this, management. I agree with one half of what you're saying. And I'll go even further. Paul Hall is a coach of the under 23 and or in charge of, has a role at the under 23 at QPR, the youth, the academy. In a year, he would have seen every player who played against Queen's Park Rangers in the PL2 South and the Premier League under 18. It's called PL2. It's divided between South and North. So he should be able and should be the person that is recommending players to the under 20 coach to say, Fuzzy, hey, Omari Hutchinson, top class attacking midfielder. Hey, and I'll hold the names. Good goalkeeper. Because Gareth Southgate's people watch this program, you know. Believe you me when I tell you, right? Good goalkeeper. I agree with you that those players don't need to come for a trial, but more than that, they cannot come for a trial because they are on the contract. They can only be released on international days, the international breaks, so they can't come on a trial. What I am saying, though, is that what is missing, Manningsman and Mr. Leader and CC and Fabian Gunner, I don't know the thing, is that in England, he could invite these players to come one day in the international break to QPR and play together. I know of 23 players who are trying to pursue. Now, that is more than can come on the team. So even some who want to come are going to get left. And even some who can't get left because they are players in the local thing, they might make the selection, right? But what has been done on this occasion is different to what the JFF was able to do with the senior team. The players are going about getting their passport so that when the ridiculous thing is saying you have a passport, the answer is yes, we have a passport. So why are you excluding us now? So I'm saying to you, hold a camp in England. Hold a 2-day session during the next international break with Omari Hutchins. Everybody know Omari Hutchins today. Tito Taylor Hart, everybody. And let me say this, Mr. Leader, and Ryan, permit me. It is madness to say a player is over age and can't fit JPS cutoff CC and can't fit into the under 20. Because the next thing that is coming up, the under 20 World Cup, is a qualifier for the Olympics.
All right.
So the player who might not be able to play in under 20 will be eligible. Kido will be eligible to play in the under 23 Olympic squad, which would have some of these under 20. So let's build the chemistry from now.
Gentlemen, hear my thing now, Beijing. I can't take the problem, my youth. Why we have a camp now? Why? Oh, we don't know what player there. We know what we're at. Because at the end of the day, everybody know them. Scramble. But what the point, leader? Fabian, good evening, Fabian. Welcome to the show. What you have to say, Fabian?
Good evening. I'm just listening to everything. A lot of misunderstanding going on. A lot of misunderstanding going on as it relates to development and as it relates to the quota system. And I think persons are completely misunderstanding everything that is happening. So me go ask just some simple questions, and more anyone on the panel who know just for answer. What prevents a player right now who is playing in the JPL? What is one of the main things that prevent that player from getting a contract overseas?
Jamaica's ranking.
Jamaica's ranking. Agent ranking. And the other one may I look for a national cap, right? A national cap, right?
No, sir. No, Fabian. You do not need a national cap to move.
Okay, good. So we get that out of the way.
What you can do is you can be signed, and on another program, I raised the issue about a 15-year-old from Ghana who has never played even in the Ghana under 17 team, who has moved to Manchester City. What they do is you can't come immediately. What they do is immediately loan you out into a league in Europe that doesn't have the same strict requirements. So that player is going to Troyes, Troyes, in the French League 2 or League 1 until he gets sufficient.
So the reason why I ask, is because there are a lot of persons, me and other persons in the comment section, Zane, who would want to have this information. So having this information will be better able to follow the line of the conversation that you are having. All right. So my big thing is development. What we are seeing now is that we are trying to use the national team to develop players, which shouldn't be the case. There is no country in the world that use their national team to develop players. Now, persons mentioned the quota system that they use that to develop players. Now, they use the quota system in their highest league, their national league. MLS has a quota system, yes. EPL has a quota system, yes, because they're using their national leagues to develop their national team. Understand what I'm saying? So we keep making this reference to the EPL and the MLS having a quota for homegrown players, and we're using that to make reference to Jamaica. When what we should be doing, what we should be doing is focusing on how we can get our JPL better because right now our JPL is not up to standard. How can we get our JPL better instead of forcing our JPL players, who majority of them are not ready, into the national team? To force them to try and get better, we have to develop the JPL on a whole instead of trying to focus on getting some of these players who are not ready into the national team. And then we call that development, which is basically a part of what Cataract was saying, which I agree with. I'm not going to go into the other part of it, the politics side of it, because there's a lot of politics going on in JFF, a lot of politics going on in JFF that I know about, especially seeing that I am from the West. There's a lot of politics going on, which I will not go into on Ryan's program, but we have to figure out a way how to develop the JPL. If I know CC is somebody who wants to see more JPL players in the national team, if you want them to break into the national team, develop the JPL, let them challenge the English players, because the reality is nobody should get a free spot. And right now, how it is, what CC is always saying is that persons who are born in Jamaica or who play in JPL should get a free spot, and I don't believe in that. Everybody should be able to fight for their spot, whether you're born in China, England, Jamaica, Japan. It doesn't matter. Once you're eligible to play for Jamaica, fight for your spot. And that's my 2 cents. Until we're gonna have one discussion again about something else which I not agree with or more on clarification on.
All right, big up for. Go ahead, CC, and then Mannings man. CC freeze. Go ahead, Mannings man.
All right. So I would say sometimes the conversations kind of shift from U20 to national team to and so I just want to keep things in perspective, because I am not having a conversation with the national team. The discussion I came in on was the whole Commonwealth and the youth team. All right. I don't again, maybe, and there's a lot of politics in it that is obvious. Let me categorically state the quota system is not the best thing, and it's an unfair way of selecting people for sporting event. I think all of us are agreed on that. All right? No issue. So, which player has been, I don't want to call names, all right? Because it's this whole idea of local players. Sometimes, I'm talking youth team, sometimes is about certain local players. So we have to be very careful. For example, all right, should Whisper be a part of the U20s? Most people would say yes, but he's a local player. So we should not generalize, because they are local players that we think should be, and they are not being forced into it. The idea, I think, where people are being forced into it, none of us agree. And I don't know about anybody else, but I've said, if we believe the local players are good enough at the U20s, bring in the other players. Because if they are good enough, it don't matter if the players come from Germany. If we believe that the ones out here are good enough, they're going to stand out anyways. So bring in everybody. But then when I look at it, I'm saying that there's no way that if I have my son playing in the Bundesliga, I'm not taking him out of that to come and try out for no under-20 team. So until then, you're going to see local players. My issue is simply this. I love to give people the benefit of the doubt. I agree with you, Ryan, that at this point, we should have had our squad already. In fact, our squad should have been like Honduras. From our last 3 games, they brought in 3 players, they dropped them, they played them, then they brought in 3 more. They dropped them, they brought in 3 more. So in their last 3 games, they used 9 of their under-20 players. Here is the thing. All of us, even when the last match was left against Honduras, there were people who wanted the strongest Jamaican team to play. So there's a part of us that want the strongest Jamaican team to play the last 3 games, but we still want to see the youth players. So we are conflicted. We should have done what Honduras did. Honduras used 9 players in 3 games. Those 9 players are probably going to start when they play Jamaica, because they are going to play Jamaica. How many did we use? One. Tyreek Jimenez. And he played a maximum of 20 minutes.
So, Ryan, would you allow me? Man is man.
Cataract, I don't have enough minutes. I'm going to leave you guys. 1 o'clock now in my country. You know, it's 12 o'clock in your country. Give CC and then me a close off. Gentlemen, I am really sorry, man. 3 more minutes. Go ahead, CC. I'm so sorry for telling you guys I'm going to run. It's I have to go to run.
Listen, I only
Hey, Ryan, call the boss and tell him that Cataract is on. The big sound is playing, you can't leave.
Yo, I say my connection kind of not stable because I'm in a hotel and the thing set about. But as I say, I came on to defend what I said initially, being in that I came and said up to the under 15 level. The problem we have, is that we don't want to protect for domestic player. And every other country is doing it. Every single country on this planet Earth is protecting their domestic player in a freedom sport. But what? We have a problem when time a man suggests protecting players up to under 15 level. Cataract, you have a problem, when I said that, and I'm asking you this: is Greg Dyke, the chairman of the FA in England, is he xenophobic in his statement of saying that right now they should tighten the laws because there are 35% English players, genuine English players playing in the Premier League, and they want that number to go up to more than 40%. So is this person a xenophobic person for wanting to hold on?
Yeah, Mike, your connection is very bad. Your connection is very
bad. His domestic players.
Your connection is very bad, CC. You have to go catch up with you again, bro. Your connection, bro. We don't have enough.
Me want answer.
I just want to say one thing in one of the 2 minutes we have left.
Listen,
CC, try to go to a reputable hotel that has high-speed Wi-Fi. You cannot go a backroad hotel and call me from there, brother. It no work. Manning's man. I want to say to Mannings, thank you. Because when the Honduras match ended, some people in the comments and some people on YouTube lost their collective minds about how great this Jamaica team was, instead of recognizing that we were playing a senior team against under 20. So thank you for highlighting that again, that even though we came away with a 2-1 victory, we're quite happy. It was men against boys for the most part. But the discussion was well and fruitful. I end Ryan with my 1 second saying, no xenophobia, no quota system. Best 23 must be selected, regardless of where they come from. There's a name, Mr. Leader, I haven't heard mentioned. I know when Cataract mentioned name, all of us on they get blacklisted. What happened to Jamie Lawrence, the center back, 18 years old from Bayern Munich?
Okay. Come, gentlemen, we have 1 minute. Everybody on the panel have 1 minute to give a closing point. I have to leave you guys. I'm going to follow you guys. You don't know. I tell you.
I mean, good discussion. I think, someone said to me last week that the discussion on the platforms need to change. Need to understand, like, every man have a right to his opinion, Every man have a right to be wrong, That's his right. A man is not wrong. He's not wrong to be wrong. That's his right to be wrong. And we have to respect each other's right, even if that right is wrong. You understand me? And just have conversations in a way that is healthy, and don't make a player, whether he's in Jamaica or overseas, feel less than, because at the end of the day, It's one Jamaica. And I want what is best for the Jamaicans living and born outside of Jamaica, and I want what is best for those born and living in Jamaica. And that's how we have to see it. Out of many, one people.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me do my last saying. Bless up everybody. Good conversation. Love the dialogue. This is the conversation that we need to be having as fans of Jamaican football. And I must say special big up to you, Ryan. Ryan, whether you know it or not, these last few weeks you have single-handedly tackled half of the problems that the Jamaican football team has been facing. And you are using your platform to ask the questions that other persons want to ask, afraid to ask, to tackle the issues that other persons might be afraid to tackle. And I must say, you might get a lot of beating for it. You might be sidelined for it, but continue to do it because these are the discussions that we need to have. It's not going to be fixed in one video call. It's not going to be fixed in one night. It's not going to be fixed in 2 weeks. So continue providing this type of content. These are the conversations that we need to be having, and I can tell you that they are watching. Persons are watching, and a lot of persons are uncomfortable right now, and that is good.
All right. Before there's a man of them final say, I want to say this. Listen, Ryan LFC, I run my platform and I do what I want to do. No man not tell me about me for pick side. Me not depend on the side thing. And me I make sure tell the big people them in them position. Just because I call on for an interview, I want to come, me not care. If you don't come, me not care. But now the man hold me up and tell me say, yo, me have a pick side for them come for my interview. If me want to interview the whole Reggae Boyz team, currently I could do that. If I want to interview the whole Reggae Boyz team, I could have do that. But me want the better for Jamaican football. So me know when a man come hold me up. Go with the interview. Player or any big person. Me not care. When go with that. Me not pick no side. One side me have on a Liverpool. And two. So nobody come with no foolishness. If you not come speak football, you come speak football. Nobody come hold me up and tell me about me have a pick side. Me not join that. Me I tell you that. Respect to the whole of you, but don't come like you want to come hold me up and tell me about for pick side. Yo man, bun side, bitchin. Bun the green and bun the red. I want to see the better. You know what sufferation a whole heap of youth in a Jamaica go through. Football is the youth them way out. When you come discuss the football and put away on the problem when you have it people. So nobody come hold me up and tell me about for pick side. And if you can leak message to, I can leak message to, but I choose to be the bigger one. Stop play around. Somebody sending a voice note and message when I put it out. That's a waste man thing. Burn fire pound for that. You want to have a man a conversation, don't put it out. When you need to stop them thing the bridging. Big up to all of the people them, enough love and respect. But Qatar gear final say, leader gear final say, I'm appreciate the support. I just want to let you guys know that. Bonfire, I'm not on no side. Me all about forgetting the right thing for Jamaican youth and the Jamaican national team. So now man come hold me up on an interview. Because if me don't want to do that, I could have do that interview the whole of the Reggae Boyz team. So when I stop the look of petty thing, man. Yeah, go ahead, Qatar.
Big up Jarvis Bars, big up Wesley Hall, big up the whole of Team Cataract. You know, so we keep the fire burning. Straight ultras. Big up every ultra. To me, that's the best thing that happened out of this whole campaign was that Jamaica finally gets some ultras like every other team in the world. The truth of the matter is that we are we're behind the 8 ball where the under 20 is concerned. The national under 20 team should have been selected, should have been in training, both here in Jamaica and in the UK. Even if not in training, they should be familiarizing themselves with each other. and ready to take on the mammoth task of qualifying for the Under-20 World Cup. Jamaica cannot afford another failed World Cup qualifying campaign. The support for the national team and football is dwindling rapidly. As by the games that I attend, those are not the kind of numbers that were there pre-COVID, right? The Nation League is coming up. It's important. And I hope that at all times, the JFF is trying to select the best players or recruit the best players for Jamaica. Even those here in Jamaica, I said I've seen some, when I watched the Manning Cup and the Costa Cup, Ryan, I've seen some players who I thought were talented, who I have not heard anything about. I give example of the youngster Brown from Stets. I haven't heard anything about Manraj from Portland. I hear he might have gone to Cavalier. I'm not sure, the leader can probably confirm that. But there were a couple of players that caught the eye occasionally. Aldridge from KT, Kingston Technical. I don't want him to fall through the cracks. We all want the best for Jamaica, but the best has to be done the right way, right? And it is about being on the right side of history, and history will bless us, and we'll qualify for many more World Cups. We have the talent, home and abroad and in diaspora. This is the only sport and is one half of it that is fighting about this. I hope that the national under-20 team is selected, that the reinforcements, I'm sad to say you have to come in again at the last minute, but I hope the reinforcements come and we are able to give a good account of ourselves. I myself am planning to be in Mexico, so no make me waste my ticket money. That's all me I say.
Leader, thank you very much for joining.
Okay.
Go ahead, leader.
Yeah, well, all I have to say is that, Ryan, good program. I like how the panel evolved after a while, and it's something that I think you can look into. Doing every Sunday, it's a nice vibe, okay? And we can do as is find the solutions to what we can do to change the whole concept of what's happening in the Jamaican football. No quota system. I don't believe in that for any senior program. And let's look at how we can help the national team going forward. What plans? Because look here, like it or not, 2026, it's going to be here in our region. It's our best chance. However, keep in mind that qualification don't start 2026. It starts 2024 and it finishes 2025. We basically only have the rest of this year into next year to start getting ready. We need to start moving on things, whether the under-20 is a part of the process, and also the Nations League. We need to just focus, come together as one, and do what we have to do. Peace.
All right. Mannings, man, you say your piece already? You're mute, brother.
What? No, all I'll say in closing is I like how the choice of word that the leader used. He says, let me just quote him on this. I don't believe in the quota system for our senior team. He was very specific in that. He didn't say he doesn't believe in the quota system general. He just said the senior team. So it would be interesting to hear what his thoughts are, at the U20 and the U17s. But that's for next week.
Yeah. Anyway, people, love and respect. And yo, want to stop messaging my phone, man, about pick side, man. Straight up, man. I'm not answer to no boy. And it's so disappointed. Don't play with me. I'm telling you already. I suffer from not interview many players. And I will suffer not to interview any more big man. I'm telling you that. See? But big up on yourself, people. Enough love and respect. I want you guys to check out my sponsor today, Ryan TV. Check them out. Everything will be down in the description. You know what I mean? When it come on to Jamaican sports, you get it. When it come on to the NBA, you get it. Champions League, Europa League, Conference League, World Cup, everything will be there on it. So just check them out, people.